our amazing partners that we have with us today. So VIP's mission is to foster student success and build support for public education. And we do that through our programs, Everyone Counts, Everybody Reads, and our Partners in Education. Our fall tutoring program has officially started, so we're excited about that. And so we have over 800 students that were recommended this year to our reading and math program. So we're excited to welcome back all of our returning volunteers and our new volunteers, and we continue to recruit because our goal is to have that one-to-one ratio of volunteer to a student that needs additional support. Our Partners in Education program has also started. And this program is where we meet with businesses, organizations, faith institutions to find some innovative ways to utilize their time, talent, and resources to address a need in one of our schools. These groups of partners have been active in the beginning of the school year. They started with our First Day Helpers program, where we deployed them to different schools to welcome our students on the first day of school. They've also donated backpacks filled of school supplies and also completed some campus improvement projects for our little ones to come back to school. One of our amazing dedicated partners we have with us tonight is St. James. St. James over the years have served as reading friends at Park Elementary. They've served as first day helpers. They've donated hundreds of book bags and school supplies. They've hosted multiple teacher appreciation luncheons and events. They've also donated books to students to start their own at-home library. This is just a small token of what they do for our schools each year. Their next project is in October, where they're going to do a campus improvement project for the Dufrock School. So I'm honored to highlight St. James as a community partner, and we thank them for all the hard work and dedication that they've shown over the years.
Thank you. As a representative of the St. James Episcopal Church community, thank you for the recognition. Our church community is committed to reaching out, to helping others, and we recognize the importance of the VIPS program to better the lives of children academically and socially.
Well, we're really excited about the Dufrock project. We'll get to do some improvements in their library and other places, and as always, it's always fun to be with teachers and staff members as well as the children. Thank you.
I just want to present this on behalf of the school board and the superintendent to thank you for all of your work. And I know at least one of you didn't mention many years in the education community. So this is not just a one-time thing. So we appreciate you and all that you do. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gents, the time is now 4:56. We have about 4 minutes before we begin our meeting. So if anybody needs to use the restroom, if there's any items you all would like to speak on, please make your way inside of the atrium, pick up one of the comment cards, and please fill it out and give it to Madam Secretary, and she will make sure that it gets to me so I can call on you whenever that item does come up. Right now, we have our esteemed guests inside of the room, some of our regional chefs, letting you all taste some of our amazing food that has been on our menu, courtesy of our school system, courtesy of Child and Nutrition, and also our great friends from the 3 O'Clock Project. Thank you all. Please be sure to taste some of our amazingly new food that we just added to our menu for our students all across our community. Thank you again, our regional chefs. And that's my cue to go get my plate. Thank you.
Board members, don't forget to log in.
All right, board members, at this time I ask that if you're not logged into board docs, please make sure you get logged in right now. All right, everybody fired up. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, community as the whole. I now call you to this as East Baton Rouge Parish School Board meeting or regular board meeting this Thursday, September 2023. We will first start with an invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation will be led by School Board Member Cliff Lewis, who at this time is not here, so I will take his stead. And the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Cadet Corporal Amaya Thompson of Scotlandville High School, accompanied by Army Instructor and Sergeant First Class Retired Ronald F. Kennedy. Can you all stand? Please bow your heads. Father God, we thank you for allowing us to be inside of this place to do your work, to do your business on behalf of our entire community. We ask that you help us to do so with full transparency and accountability. But we also ask that you allow us to do it in love. Do it in love not only for the people who we represent, but also for the students that we represent every single day inside of our classrooms and all across our community. We ask this in your blessing, with your many blessings. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. Amen.
Good evening. Board President, Mr. Linus, school board members, Dr. Narcisse, citizens, friends of East Baton Rouge, I'm Sergeant First Class Theodore Crockett, Army Instructor at Scotlandville High School, where I have the pleasure of serving under the awesome leadership of Mr. Paul Jackson of Scotlandville Magnet High. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce one of the program's top sophomore, Cadet Corporal Amaya Thompson. She is the daughter of Miss Gabriella Hubert of Baton Rouge. Her contributions to JRTC consist of color guard, drill team, honor guard, saber team, and cadet challenge fitness teams. She's also a member of the Scotlandville volleyball team. Her academic goals are to maintain her 4.0 GPA and to graduate with honors. Her favorite leadership principle is to know yourself and seek self-improvement. Many describe her as an open notebook, constantly assessing her strengths and weaknesses while challenging herself to improve. This diligent and well-mannered cadet plans to major in engineering in hopes of positively contributing to her society. Ladies and gentlemen, it is great pride and respect that I introduce Cadet Corporal Amaya Thompson.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
On behalf of the Superintendent of East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, I would like to present Cadet Thomas with this medal.
Another round, please. What's up? Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Miss Amaya, Madam Vice President just walked in, and she loves Scotlandville High School so much. that she said she cannot let you get out of this room without taking a picture. So could you please take a picture with you? Jax. Action Jax. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very, very special guest inside of the room tonight. Before I continue with this agenda, I would be remiss if I did not call on him to stand up and acknowledge him for the work that he has done in the past. For if it was not for him, I wouldn't be in the seat that I'm in right now, serving as your current president. It's Dr. Press Robinson in the building. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. He tried to sit down. I said, oh no, come up, Dr. Press. So as he makes his way to the mic, I'll just say this. Before I ever ran for school board, I did a lot of reading and a lot of research, and I read a lot about Dr. Press Robinson, all the amazing work he's done, not just for the school system, but he's also a long-term, not just a executive leader at Southern University or a part of the Southern University system, but he has affected so many students across this entire city and this entire parish. Again, I would be remiss, Dr. Press, my hat goes off to you. I give you your flowers. If it was no you, there would be no me. So thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with you. And as an educator, of course, my concern has always been to make sure that every student reach their maximum potential. And I enjoyed my time serving on the board here, of course. I enjoyed my time at Southern University. I'm a transplant to Louisiana, unfortunately. I came to stay here 1 year, and I've been here, I think, maybe 60. So, but the thing that is so wonderful about all of this is I really like this place. And I'm here to give you my best wishes for making sure that our school system remains strong. When I was here, we were one of the top 40 school systems in the United States of America. And unfortunately, our population has decreased some. But nevertheless, to that starfish that man threw back in the ocean was important. And that's the way it is with all of our students. Thank you very much.
Hold up, Dr. Press. I can't let you get away yet. Again, just a few context on history. Dr. Press Robinson was the very first African-American male, or very first African-American to ever serve as the president of the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. I am the second, so I would be remiss if I didn't get a photo with you. Can I please?
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you.
If I can join in on that photo, Mr. President, thank you. One of my favorite members of District 3.
All right, Madam Secretary, now time for the call of order. Roll call.
District 2, President Lannis.
Present.
District 3, Vice President Paul Lewis.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Present.
District 9, Mr. Martin.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Moving right along to item B1, meeting minutes. Approval of the school board minutes of the following meetings as published in the official journal. A, July 20th, 2023, regular meeting. B, July 31st, 2023, special meeting. C, August 3rd, 2023, special meeting. D, August 3rd, 2023, committee of the whole meeting. E, August 24th, 2023, special meeting. F, September 7th, 2023, special meeting. G, September 7th, 2023, committee of the whole. Can I get a motion? Moved by School Board Member Patrick Martin, seconded by School Board Member Nathan Russ. This time now, I come to the board and see if anybody has any questions on this item. Superintendent, you didn't want to speak on this one, right? No. Okay, so I'll keep you in the queue for when you choose to speak. Seeing no other names inside of the queue at this time, we will now go to the community as a whole for public comment. Seeing no comment cards at this time, however, before I move forward, if there's anybody who would like to speak on any items on the agenda tonight, please make your way to the atrium, get a comment card, give it to Madam Secretary, and she'll be sure to get it to me. Okay, seeing no public comment this time, we come back to the board.
I have a comment.
Yes, sir. Okay.
David West, I think I believe
I'm sorry, I can't acknowledge you right there. Oh, so you said you gave your comment card?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is for the meeting minutes. That's okay. I promise you, I'm gonna get to you, Mr. David.
No worries.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Seeing no other names inside of the queue at this time, now that we're back to the board, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote.
Yeah, mine didn't come up either. Let's see. Oh, I voted already.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving right along. The next items that we'll be discussing will be for information only, and only if somebody has, member from that department has anything they would like to present. First, I would say the monthly financial report. Ms. Lopez, is there anything you would like to present? Okay, none at this time. All right, next we'll go to personnel changes. Ms. Nicola Hall, if you're inside of the room, is there anything you would like to present, or anybody from HR? Okay, at this time they said no. We will keep on pushing. Next, we will go to item D. This is to receive information. D1 is update from superintendent.
President Lance, before I give the update, can I pull an item off the agenda?
Yes, sir. What item would you like to pull?
I'd like to pull G, presentations 1 DM group.
Sorry, 1 second. Okay, that's noted. Council, we're good? Okay. Item G1 is now pulled. You have the floor.
All right, thank you, President Lannis. Super excited. We have a lot going on in the school system. Wanted to highlight 3 things that happened these couple of weeks. Yesterday, we had attended our launch of Dolly Parton's Imagination Library of Louisiana, even along with Governor John Bell Edwards at Crestworth Elementary School Early Childhood Center. The goal of this incredible program is to inspire a love for reading by offering free, high-quality books to children ages 0 to 5. And this was such an inspirational environment with exciting young children so eager to engage in reading. As many of you know, key one that we have around our early childhood education is to make sure that we span early childhood education across the entire school district from ages 0 to 4. And Crestworth Elementary has been one of our first childhood centers that we opened up, and we're really excited that Governor John Bell was there yesterday. You can see some of those pictures we had up. The second item I wanted to highlight was we had a tremendous celebration in the ribbon cutting to officially welcome back Capitol High School to EBR School District on Tuesday. As most in this room know, Capitol was under state control for 15 years. But the nearly 100-year-old historic high school is back with a renewed focus to become the pride of our district again as a traditional neighborhood school with a specialized component as a focused choice school within our incredible partnership that we have with Baton Rouge General Medical Center. As many people know, hospitals have many jobs in them, and so we're excited about that partnership that we have with them and also with their CEO that's really pushing forward for us to create more workforce development in our schools. The last thing I have on is our Beta Club. Last week, we also celebrated the National Beta Grand Slam Service Award presented to the Westdale Middle High School Junior Beta Club in recognition of its outstanding achievements aligned with the club's motto, Lead by Serving Others. It included an induction ceremony for 59 new members who will join an esteemed group of fellow student leaders. Westdale was among 52 clubs in the country to receive this honor as the club amassed over 7,000 service hours last school year. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they are the 4th largest in the state of Louisiana, and we're super excited about Principal Rebel's leadership there and all the great work that the teachers are doing there, so we wanted to celebrate that. And President Lannis, that is my report.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. However, before we move forward, I'd like to use a point of personal privilege. I would like to ask our Transportation Director to come up, please. As you all know, as we went through a lot of our transportation changes, one of the things I said that I would like for us to do more frequently is that whenever we have our regular board meetings, I would like for transportation to give updates for our community as a whole, so everybody is abreast to everything that is moving and transpiring across our community that as it pertains to transportation. So you have the floor.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry. Thank you for putting me on the spot, President.
No problem.
I didn't see anything on the agenda that said transportation, so I got a little excited. So staffing, we've hired 21 drivers since the end of August that are currently driving right now. So we are really excited about that. We have 11 drivers training right now that should be driving within the next 3 weeks. When it pertains to our bus planner and our software update, we have finally linked Where's the Bus app to Bus Planner, so they are now making the nightly handshake. We are also really excited about that.
Thank you. You can continue.
Just real briefly, we are starting to receive pleasant emails now. I am excited about that. Maintenance, we have turned 18 buses from non-operational to operational just this week. During the month of September, we received 22 leased air-conditioned buses. All right? And that concludes my update. Even though I didn't see transportation on the docket, I was ready for you, President.
I'm sorry. That's my nickname, Transportation, from here on out. So if I say transportation, just know I'm calling on you. But no.
President Lance, can I just add a few things?
Absolutely. Go right ahead.
For the public to know, because, you know, we still have a lot going on. I just want everybody to get too excited because we do have to continue to plan for the future. We are going to be bringing to the board to purchase future buses. As many of you know, the board charges to make sure that we have a fleet. It is important that we continue to plan for the future, so we will be bringing to the board soon to purchase new buses with air-conditioned buses moving forward. We're kind of working through right now just a few logistics on that area, so we'll be bringing that to the board soon. The second component wanted to also highlight, we've been working with the National Guard, wanted to thank Governor John Bell and General Haygood, had Captain Sykes. They're actually in the transportation office working logistics with us, so it's not been by ourselves. They've been with us for the entire couple of weeks and also working with us through HR processes so we can figure out how we can continue to do things much better. So I wanted to make sure that we recognize that. We also had conversations where we're looking at bringing in background checks to our offices. I know Board Member Martin and many of you were helping me work through that. I've been talking to the state police. We're still not there yet, but already in those conversations, so I want you to be aware that that's coming. We think that's going to help actually not just buses, but us just getting background checks in general in our school system, because we employ 6,000 employees. And so we're hopeful to close that gap as well. And then also wanted to recognize also, not only our bus drivers, but also all the external partners that helped us. We've have a lot of external partners from the business world to nonprofit groups. Different folks are helping to help us to be able to get buses fixed. I can't go through the whole list because I'm fearful if I miss somebody, they'll be upset with me. So, but we just wanted to thank them publicly for that. It took a full effort, and we do plan to begin a much bigger planning process for transportation once we get through this for the future, which will continue to look at multiple areas. Our goal is to try to put a committee together and also see if we can add different families and in this whole committee to help us think through as we start planning for next year after we get through this year's transportation space. So just wanted to give the public and the board a quick update about where we are, but we still have a lot of work to do, but we're in a much better space.
I like better than bad. And my hat goes off to you. I'll continue to say this. The first day you took that job, I shook your hand and I said, I don't envy you, but I do support you. And when I tell you, man, I respect you for everything that you're trying to do to help turn this process around, thank you. And your entire department. It's going to continue to get better. We're going to continue to support you.
Thank you.
Right. At this time now, I have, thank y'all. At this time now, I have School Board Member Nathan Russ in the queue.
Hey, thank you for your report, Mr. Ridgely. I do want to express my appreciation for the job you've been doing, for coming out to meet with some of our parents this week at my town hall. Thank you for that. You've shown a lot of patience and concern for families, and that means a lot. I wanted to ask about bus operators, because for a time I saw we were trending 340, almost 350 drivers, and we've dipped back down. Have we lost some drivers, or do we have someone leave? Tell me kind of what we should expect there.
So in some of those numbers, that's due to FMLA, and then some of those numbers are adjusted due to call-ins.
Okay, so we have some that are just they're calling into work sick,
Yes,
and
sir.
some are going on leave.
Correct.
Which is kind of par for the course in any employment scenario, right? Where a few's actually showing up. Okay.
Absolutely, but we're averaging anywhere around 325 to 330 on a daily basis. Yes, sir.
Okay. 'Cause I want to make sure that we are understanding, while transportation has stabilized to an effect, I'm still getting reports from families of children not getting picked up, of routes being missed.
Correct.
And so I would be remiss if I'm not advocating for them and making sure that we are coming up with a solution for that, because as of tomorrow, we're ending free aftercare for kids in our schools, and that was decided. And my concern is that there's still going to be kids not getting picked up on time or getting picked up for school or dropped off at home. And so we're not done fixing this, and I think that you know that.
Sir.
But I don't want anybody to leave out of here thinking, job well done, because we still have a lot of work to do.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, School Member Nathan Russ. And I think you hit the hammer right on the head. Please, anyone, if you think that we're saying transportation is good or we're in a much better place, it's not what we're saying. We're not saying that we are taking our hands off of it. That just means that we're going to watch it more diligently to ensure that we are making sure that we put our best foot forward. But we have to acknowledge the fact that we're doing a much better job. Can't go without saying that. At this time now, I go to School Board Member Patrick Martin.
Thank you, President Lannis. I second what everybody said. We're definitely moving in the right direction. I'm very glad to see that. I appreciate your leadership, Mr. Ridgely, in doing that. But my colleagues are correct. We got a long way to go. I would like we very appropriately, I know from previous briefings, have ordered a lot of new buses, leased some new buses, and things like that. And that's absolutely appropriate. I'm very glad that's what we needed to do. Take that action. But I would like a report at some point in the near future on what we spent out of the reserves. I know we've all had conversations about, well, we were at this number in the reserves and now we're somewhere here, whatever. And I don't know that any of us have a real clear picture. So I would like to get a report at some point in the next few weeks over what have we spent on leased or purchased buses that we've committed to at this point, just so we can understand what we've done. Again, not questioning doing that. That's absolutely 100% what we need to do. I applaud everybody for moving forward with that and getting that done. But I do want to understand the fiscal impact of that at some point.
Thank you, School Member Martin. Next, we have School Member Michael Gode.
Yeah, different subject, so you can sit down. Is Ms. Hall here? It went through the personnel report. Ms. Hall's not here. I was going to tell her, don't worry, I wasn't going to throw you under the bus like Mr. Lannis did. I couldn't pass that one up. But I just wanted everyone to, last meeting we had asked Ms. Hall to think about making an improvement on the personnel report and possibly coming up with the dashboard. So those of you who have not yet looked at that in board docs, I think she made a really good start on that. And it was very informative and I like it, and can't wait to see how that progresses and matures. But I just couldn't let it go by without acknowledging the fact that our request had been heard and heeded, and that a good step forward was taken. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. At this time, seeing no other further comments, we will now go to reports from board appointees. If there's any board appointee that would like to give a report at this time, the floor is now open. Okay. Seeing none, moving right along, we now go to item F, standalone. Item F1 is policy revision ABCDA, unexpired term fulfillment. Consideration of a request for approval of a policy for the policy revisions of the school board policy ABCDA, unexpired term fulfillment. Can I get a motion? Moved by School Board Member Nathan Russ, seconded by School Board Member Michael Gode. This time now, I'll go to the queue. Seeing no names inside of the queue at this time, I'll now turn to community as a whole for public comment. Okay, seeing no public comment cards on this item at this time, I'll now come back to our board. Give anyone a second who would like to press that button to speak. Seeing none at this time, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving right along. Item F2, declaration of vacancy, call for special election, discussion/consideration of a declaration of vacancy to call for a special election pursuant to law and to provide for related matters. Can I get a motion? Moved by School Member Patrick Martin, seconded by School Member Cliff Lewis. Okay, this time now I will come to our board, seeing the names inside of the queue. I will enter, and I'll be really quick. What I would say is putting yourself up for elected office is a really big position. And oftentimes when we do so, the proper thing to do is to assess whether or not you have the time, the energy, or the mental space to take that on. Because oftentimes the people who fill these seats, they're mothers, they're fathers, they have full-time jobs, and a whole plethora of other things that could consume them, and sometimes it can become too much. What I would like to do, however, is I would like to acknowledge School Board Member Katie Kennerson for the time that she did spend on this board. And however, I understand that she has elected to no longer serve on this board. I think we would be remiss as a board if we did not acknowledge the fact that she has given her time, she has given her energy, and she has represented her community. So if we could please, I would like to give her flowers by giving her a round of applause. Thank you. As I said before, I wouldn't be too long, but I would ask anybody, and not just for school board, if you wish to run for any seat, just make sure that you have the time, the energy, and the space to do so, and do so from your heart, and give everything that you can for the people who you serve. Okay? It's time now. I go to Board Counsel, Gwen Shamlin. You have the floor.
Thank you, President Landis. Due to the nature of this item, I'm going to recommend we read the resolution into the record. I don't believe you have a hard copy, but it is online.
Yes, sir. 1 second.
President Lance, I have it up. I made the motion if you want me to read it.
Yes, please, because I don't have it pulled up. You have the floor.
You want the whole thing, Mr. Shamlin?
Yes, sir, please.
Resolution. Resolution calling a special election to fill a vacancy for school board member in District 8, East Baton Rouge Parish, Louisiana. Be it resolved by the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board in special session duly convened that 1, acting under and in accordance with the Constitution and laws of the state of Louisiana, including Louisiana Revised Statutes 18:602 and Louisiana Revised Statutes 18:402, the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board does hereby resolve and proclaim that A, due to the resignation of Ms. Catherine Katie Kinnison as a school board member for District 8, East Baton Rouge Parish, effective September 14, 2023, the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board does hereby declare that a vacancy exists in the position of member of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board for election District 8. B, as the unexpired term of office of Ms. Kinnison, school board member from election District 8, exceeds 1 year, and acting pursuant to Louisiana Revised Statutes 18:602E2A through D and Louisiana Revised Statutes 18:402E, the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board does hereby order a special election to fill the vacancy of school board member for election District 8, East Baton Rouge Parish, with the special primary election to be held on Saturday, March 23, 2024, and the special general election to be held, if necessary, on Saturday, April 27, 2024. The qualifying period for the special primary election shall be between Wednesday, December 13, 2023, and Friday, December 15, 2023. Such election shall be held in accordance with the laws of the state of Louisiana. Roman numeral 2, be it further resolved that this resolution and proclamation be immediately published in the official journal of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board. Roman numeral 3, be it further resolved that within 24 hours hereof, copies of this resolution and proclamation shall be sent by certified or registered mail to the clerk of the 19th Judicial District Court for East Baton Rouge Parish and to the Secretary of State of the state of Louisiana. Roman numeral 4, be it further resolved that the Clerk of Court, Secretary of State, and all other officials having responsibilities with respect to said election and this resolution and proclamation be requested to perform the duties incumbent upon them. I so move.
Okay. This has been moved by School Board Member Patrick Martin and seconded by School Board Member Cliff Lewis. This time now, I come to our board for any comments on the item. Seeing none at this time, I will now turn to our community as a whole. 1 second. Seeing no comment cards at this time, I'll now come back to our board. Seeing no names in the queue at this time, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Okay, moving right along. Next, we have item F3, appointment. Consideration of the approval appointment of a person to temporarily fill the vacancy in District 8, East Baton Rouge Parish School Board. Can I get a motion? Moved by School Member Michael Gode, seconded by School Board Member Nathan Russ.
Hold, President Landis, hold just a second.
Yes, sir. You have it.
So, President Landis, we're going to recommend pulling the motion because the proper form would be for the board to first hear from the candidates, consider the candidates, and then we open in the floor for nomination. So the process is very similar to what we do when we elect officers for the board. And so a motion at this time would probably be inappropriate. We want to hear from the candidates first.
Yes, sir. Okay, so just for clarity, hear from candidates.
Hear from candidates. Each candidate will have 3 minutes to address the board. Board members will be able to ask questions. Once that happens, then you can open the floor to the board to accept nominations for a candidate or
Yes, sir.
candidates, right?
Yes, sir.
And from there, we'll move forward.
Gotcha. All right. Okay. There are 4 applicants that are in alphabetical order and will speak in alphabetical order. They are Emily Chatelain. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your last name, by the way. Steve Crump, Jenny Hastings, and Michael Hendrick. Applicants will have 3 minutes to address the board. First, I call up Miss Emily.
Thank you. My name is Emily Chatelain. That was really close. Thank you all for the time and opportunity to say a few words tonight. I have been working with public schools now for over 10 years. I started a consulting company that works specifically with schools on the National School Lunch Program. We now work with over 300 public schools across the U.S. in over 25 states. I have helped write policies. I've sat at dozens of board meetings. I have built complex budgets. I manage large federal grants. I understand deeply what it means to be an administrator in a challenging school system as I work alongside them daily. Being in these schools day in and day out, I saw a bigger need, and I made the decision to commit my time and energy to making a difference. I started a nonprofit with a focus on ensuring kids in our community have better access to healthy food. During COVID, we managed over $17 million in federal funds. We employed over 400 people, but most importantly, we fed over 5.5 million kids that were in need. We are still feeding kids today. The mission doesn't stop. The need doesn't stop. A lot of you here already know that. So what you might not know. I grew up with 2 very involved and supportive parents. My mother was and still is, 40 years later, an ESL public school teacher in Jefferson Parish. My father was in the military. I had dinner on the table every evening. My pantry was always stocked. As a young adult, I quickly realized how lucky I was because not every child in our community can say the same. I'm here because I care about the kids in our community who may not have that voice. I have worked for them for the past 10 years, and I will continue to work for them for the next 10 years, regardless of what my involvement with the school board is. Every child in East Baton Rouge School Parish has the potential to succeed, but they have to have access to high-quality education. They must learn how to read. They need to be fed a nutritious meal. Their basic needs must be met first. They need to safely get to school, which I think we all have realized. We have a lot of work to do as a community to raise the bar. I would be honored to sit on this board with you and continue to make positive and lasting change. So thank you for your time and for your consideration tonight.
Thank you. Seeing no names inside of the queue at this time, we will continue right along. Next, we have Mr. Steve Crump.
Thank you, Mr. President, Vice President, Superintendent Narcisse, and members of the board. Back in the day, if my parents heard I was being called before the Board of Education, they would probably worry themselves to death. but I am proud of their support and sacrifices. And since I come from a farm family, proud of the taxes farmers were assessed to support the Illinois McLean County Unit 5 district, a fine school system where I went through kindergarten, grade school, and high school, junior high as well. My dad was actually a school board member for a one-room school. This is long before there were superintendents, long before custodians, long before buses, et cetera, but it's long before I was born. My application for District 8 comes out of a calling to support public education. It's easy to say, but I can tell you all 4 of my siblings and I are products of public education. You're looking at one of them. All of us attended Illinois State University. All of us became teachers. All of us got graduate degrees. I'm not bragging, just reporting tonight, okay? My youngest sibling recently retired as a superintendent himself, and he has often reminded me in retirement that public education is often the object of enormous expectations and often unfair criticisms. That's a direct quote. But I also know that in this region, there is intense and genuine interest in delivering good education to our true clients, the children, easy to say, but it's true, and their families of the parish, and making our taxpayers proud at the same time. So tonight I'm dropping the Reverend title, just so there is clarification, dropping it. Others have done that before, so it's in keeping with the American spirit that I'm doing that. And besides, it serves me well. I'm also pointing out, which you already know, of my no-party voter registration. It has served me well through my entire career because, you know, it just doesn't matter when I'm called, and I have been called to go to the funeral home or the hospital or emergency room, etc., what party I am or what party the client or the parishioner was. And I want to say this. I'm here to help, if possible, settle down the representation in District 8 without saying anything more than that. I can be available, because I am available. I am retired. I can give this my whole heart. So I have 3 seconds to say this. My eyes have seen that public education can be a ticket out of nowhere. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Crump. Moving right along, the next applicant is Ms. Jenny Hastings.
Good evening, Superintendent, board members, and our audience. We are here tonight for the important business of the school district with the addition of an atypical agenda item, that of selecting an interim member for District 8. Mrs. Kennison's resignation caught everyone by surprise. 2 weeks ago, I had no idea that I would be standing before you here asking for your consideration. Frankly, I wouldn't be here without the encouragement of several friends who convinced me that I should step up and at least apply for the interim position. My learning curve has been steep. 2 messages have been consistent, though. Everyone who has learned of my willingness to apply has said thank you. Thank you for willing to serve. So while many people are not willing to step up, I think everybody supports public service. The second message I got is the work of the school board is really important, not just to the children, but to the community at large. And this is coming from my generation of citizens who no longer have school-age children. The work done here matters, and the Baton Rouge community recognizes that and appreciates what you do. However, being in a high-value role does not mean it goes without challenge, and our challenges are complex. Establishing a smooth-flowing transportation system, recruiting and retaining quality teachers and staff, consolidating underutilized schools, redistricting, leadership contracts, ensuring satisfactory achievement, student achievement, and attendance. These challenges are not unique to East Baton Rouge, and they are not new, but we all believe it is time to solve or at least minimize the impact on our children. It is not time to wring our hands and accept status quo. Other districts around the United States have found solutions to these problems, and we can too. In the past several months, I have learned of many young professionals with years of career ahead of them who have left teaching, and this really saddens me. Our children need them in the classroom and on the playing fields and courts. We need them in the art, music, and drama studios. These teachers need parents in our community who are ready to partner, to solve issues, and to advocate for all students. We want to retain and develop these teachers, not motivate them to seek charter or private options or leaving teaching altogether. My commitment to District 8, to you, and to the work at hand is to listen, learn, discern, collaborate, and decide. The best response to a challenge is hard work, to be your best, and that is my prayer for us. Our children deserve that, and may we have the grace and strength to do our best. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hastings. Next is applicant 4, Mr. Michael Hendrick.
Superintendent Narcisse, members of our executive board, President Lannis, Vice President Powell, and members of our board. I'm originally from Georgia, LaGrange, Georgia, very small town. I met Nancy, a native of Baton Rouge, in New York City in 1997. We were married at St. Joseph Cathedral in 1999, and we've been homeowners in Kenilworth for over 20 years, just over 20 years, 21 years. We have one child. We saw him all the way through. Magnolia Woods Elementary, Buchanan Elementary, Glasgow Middle, McKinley High, and Baton Rouge High. He just graduated with his bachelor's degree in computer science from LSU, and he returned for his master's degree, so he just started his master's degree there. But we've gone through the experiences of raising a child in Baton Rouge, in the Baton Rouge Public Schools, including sending him off every day on the bus to and from school. I've watched some of the recent meetings and have seen a bit of the struggles surrounding busing issues. And to me, no matter the issue, I believe it's important to find balanced, equitable solutions for all the districts of our parish. I know that takes work and true collaboration amongst each member. I'm not a politician. My career went in the direction of singing. My life has been all about singing. Although I sang as a full-time operatic tenor for a little over 25 years, I've always also loved sacred music too, when we lift up our voices and sing. Whether it's to our God or to our children, we bring peace to our corner of the world. You may laugh at this, but the great singer Whitney Houston once immortalized the following words, which we've all heard. These words to me could be the motto for our schools. I believe our children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give us a sense of pride to make it easier, to make life easier. And this last part, let the children's laughter remind us of how it used to be. Our children's education is indeed the key to our future. I stand before you today ready to serve and collaborate, and I'd be honored to work alongside each of you. Let us continue the important work of this board, build upon the foundations that have been laid, and explore innovative ways to support our children. Together, we can make a difference in their lives and ensure a brighter future for Baton Rouge. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I will open the floor for nominations to temporarily fill the vacancy in District 8. Are there any board members that would like to cast a nomination? Please put your name inside of the queue. All right. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Right. Back to the process. I see a name in the queue. Vice President Carla Powell-Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will say, first of all, thank you so much to each of you that has come and shared your interest in serving, at least in a temporary role on our board. Just the passion that I heard in each of your voices is, number one, amazing. And although we know that this seat can only be filled by one person, I hope that you continue the work that you have progressed and that you have shown and that you have shared on the mic. So thank you once again. Considering what I guess I have paid attention to over time and what I have observed over time, we're at a very interesting place in education, not only in Baton Rouge, but even beyond. And I think about how we experienced a serious change as a result of COVID, as a result of the pandemic, as a result of the life that we now live in the United States. And it requires a different, yet a stable mindset. And so with that in mind, I would like to make my nomination, and my nomination is for Miss Emily Chatelain. Thank you.
Thank you. You don't need a second, but we appreciate it. Okay, thank you, Madam Vice President. Are there any other nominations at the time? I see Coach Cliff Lewis is in the queue.
Thank you, President Lannis. Thank you for sharing your stories. There's power in one story. It gives you a snapshot, a glimpse into that person's life. Thank you. I agree with Carla that COVID has changed the way that we're going to educate children for the rest of the, from here on. I've met and talked with two of the nominees, and I think that based on my conversations, I'd like to nominate Ms. Hastings to fill the vacancy for District 8. Ms. Hastings, you came to the podium and you talked about things that are near and dear to me. Willing to tackle tough issues. Equitable resources, training our teachers. So I'm nominating Ms. Hastings.
Thank you, Coach. Okay, we have 2 nominations. Are there any more? All right, I see Ms. Shoshone Stewart is in the queue.
I don't have a nomination, but I do want to thank those persons that have come before us with the willingness to be able to join us interim for this position. As some of my colleagues has indicated, the role that we all play is something that we hope that you guys are ready for. And with that, I just want to say, with that, I hope you're ready. I mean, that's it. I hope you're ready.
Okay. Are there any other nominations for District 8 seat? Are there any other nominations for District 8 seat? Are there any other nominations for District 8 seat? I will now entertain a motion to close nominations for District 8 vacancy. Moved by School Board Member Patrick Martin, seconded by School Board Member Shoshone Stewart.
Mr. Lannis, may I have a point of order, please?
Yes, sir.
Would you please explain to the public that there is no public comment on the nominations?
No, so there actually is public.
There is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. All right. Madam Secretary, I'm sorry. I did not go to the board. Come to the board now for any comments from the board. All right. Schoolman Michael Goday, you're in the queue.
Yes, I just wanted to echo the comments of my colleagues up here to thank all of you for being willing to put your name up. It is sometimes a thankless task. I told everyone, we have 6 new board members, and I told them the day they were sworn in, I said, enjoy this moment. It's going to be the most popular you will ever be as a school board member, and I think they can all say that's probably true. But I just want to thank all of you for putting your name into consideration. And, at the end of the day, one person will be selected, but there's plenty of opportunities for everyone to have impact as this goes forward through our school system, and particularly impact on our children. So thank all of you for your time and effort in putting together the applications, and for the willingness to step forward to come in and get out there and get into the game. So thank you very much.
Thank you, School Board Member Michael Goday. All right, this time now, we will now go to the public for public comment. First up, we have Ms. Farley Jackson. So for the record, this is for the closing of nominations. This isn't talk about candidates. Okay, so we haven't made to that process yet. I'm sorry. I thought you wanted to speak on the nomination. Okay. Okay, nope, I have you. Okay, go to the public. Is there anybody that wants to speak on the item to close nominations for vacancy of District 8? Okay, seeing at this time, I'll come back to our board. School Member Patrick Martin is in the queue.
I don't want to take a lot of time. I had the opportunity to speak to all 4 of the candidates. I appreciated very much them taking the time to do that. I was very impressed with each and every one of the 4 candidates and their willingness to serve, even after I was pretty blunt with them, the time commitments and other things that would come along with this job. So I'm deeply grateful to each of you, and honestly, we wouldn't go wrong with any one of you. So thank you very much for your willingness to put yourself forward like this. It is not easy, and we're very appreciative of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, School Board Member Patrick Martin. Seeing no other names in the queue at this time. I, however, do have one question. Give me 1 second. Mr. Goday, you can go back and you're speaking?
No, that was an old.
Okay.
If I did it, it was back up.
Okay, no problem. Give me 1 second. All right, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote to close nominations.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, at this time now, we will take public comment on the nominations. Ms. Farley Jackson, you may now enter the room for public comment.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Fairleigh Jackson, District 5. I just want to acknowledge all of the applicants. I think it's amazing when you put your name, yourself out there. All of you are fantastic. This is great. And I want to acknowledge the difficult decision that you all have. You're making a decision for thousands of people in District 8, and then you're making a decision for even more thousands of people for this district, and that's really tough. So when I thought about this, I thought about the values and what I think is important that we need to move forward as you as a board, us as a community, EBR PSS in general. And I think what really kept resonating with me was community and understanding and transparency and working together. And I wanted to see someone who had a proven track record doing that. And I want to see that they're committed to that and that they've done that in this district, in our district, not in other districts, not because of contracts with other schools across the country, but that they've been invested here. So now that the nominations have closed, you know, and I had to think, we all have to think on our feet here, there are two candidates that have done that, and that's Ms. Hastings and Mr. Crump, that have been invested in this community. And I first met Ms. Hastings at a board meeting and then at an ESSER workshop. That's not really what we like to do for fun, but some of us care that much. And she was there. And I also, it's important to me that someone has a track record of supporting this district, this city parish. And only two of those candidates, Ms. Hastings and Mr. Crump, did not sign the St. George petition. That's very important to me. Only those two candidates that are now on the floor did not sign a petition to divide and segregate our district and our city. We need unity right now. We need people to come together. We need to be able to trust you all again. And I feel like Ms. Hastings has a track record of bringing people together and has a track record in this room. That's where I first saw her years ago, doing work for the community. Your work is for the community, for the kids, for this district. I really, really, really hope you will put Ms. Hastings in this position. I think she will continue the work that was done. Thank you, President Lannis, for honoring Ms. Kinnison. She did bring people together. She gave people voices. And Ms. Hastings may not agree with everything that Ms. Kinnison did, but I think she will continue that outreach, that connection, and that bridge building that we all desperately need. So thank you so much. Appreciate your thoughts. Best of luck.
Thank you. Next, we have Miss Mary Ellen Slater. Miss Mary Ellen Slater. Okay.
Hi there, I'm Mary Ellen Slater, and I'm in District 5. And I am here as a parent of two students here in EBR schools, and also a former member of Crump's congregation. However, he is not the candidate that I support here. It is Ms. Hastings. After reading carefully through the bios of everyone who put themselves into this job, I came away with a couple of questions. One was the St. George question. The St. George question is always on my mind. I moved back here from DC intentionally to build my business and build a community, and I walked right into the St. George situation, as I'll describe it. And so I found that that was such a tough time, and like the decisions and the votes that people were making. And I still, to this day, I look at how people chose to, the positions they chose to take in that time. And so for me, it was very important that a candidate for this race not be someone who was actively willing to undermine this district and this community, knowing that the harm that it would take. The second thing for me is, as a business owner who is also very conscious of ethics and good governance are important to me. While I'm impressed by what Ms. Chatelaine has done for schools as a private member of the private sector and in running a nonprofit, I had serious questions when I began to read about what she was doing in terms of, like, for me to be comfortable with her, I would have to know, well, do you have contracts with this district? What would your relationship be like with this district? Can you govern a district that you also have financial entanglements with? I don't know. Those are questions that I don't know the answers to. You would know the answers to do that. So I think I would want to know, before I could be comfortable with her, I would want to know, like, what that process would look like. Would she recuse herself? Like, you know, would she quit her day job? That seems kind of like, that'd be kind of excessive, but those are my two questions. One, so based on that, you know, depending on how well she could address that, I would just like to throw my strong support toward Ms. Hastings, because she has a clear record and experience, deep classroom experience, and since the day she retired, she hasn't stopped caring about students. And that's all.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Ronnie Harris. Oh, here he is.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Ronnie Harris. I reside at 1135 Carter Avenue. I've been a resident of Baton Rouge for 10 years, and I'm still a rookie, learning the community. And I realize that education is something that is the very basic human quality that determines your community. The life, the jobs that are available, and every minute in government is important. That's why an interim appointment is a very serious matter. People may think, oh, it's a placeholder. Well, let's not miss an opportunity where a citizen can step forward, like you did in an election, but a person out of the blue to say, let me serve for just a few months and represent the people. That basically it's a love of education. I'm speaking today in support of the nomination of Virginia Jenny Hastings. In the time that I've known her, I've been impressed with her energy, her drive. She has not allowed retirement to slow her down. Look out, because she is a mover and a shaker. The stands that she takes is one that she looks at it from a common sense perspective. And with that common sense perspective, you have to stop and think, knowing the position as an interim, she's going to be doing it for the kids. And not to compare her to anybody else except the talents that she can bring to this board as an educator and administrator for the past 30 years. I think that she can give you a glimpse of a person's opinion that wasn't involved in politics, just the concept of being available. So, again, I would like to ask you to please consider her nomination and cast your vote towards Ms. Hastings. And I will tell you that this whole experience got me a chance to write to my school board member, and I copied all of you. And I certainly do appreciate the opportunity you gave us to express our opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other comments at this time from the general public? Please make sure you make your way out to the atrium before we close and go back to the board. Okay. Seeing at this time, I will now turn to our board for public comments. I see school board member Nathan Russ is in. Do you mind if I go before you, Nathan? Thank you. It was my wish to make sure that this process was as unpolitical as possible inside of the most political space we have inside of the city right now over the course of the last few weeks. What I will say is this. I second the comments made by all of our board members for everybody who has taken their time and energy to put their names in to run for this MSR to help to fill this seat. This is not a small task. This is a very important process. It's a very important space. So again, my hat goes off to you as well as our entire board. What I will say is, though, I was hoping that no personal attacks would come out of any of this. However, some have arisen. And I'm not going to address anything dealing with the St. George stuff. I will allow the candidates to, if they choose to say that, they can go into that. But what I will say is this. There's a lot of great work that has come from several people up here. A lot of great work. And I'm going to go back to COVID. When our community was in dismay, all schools were shut down. A lot of students that lived in underserved areas had no way to get food. There was one organization that reached out to me personally, which was the 3 O'Clock Project. And they gave 13,000 meals to black students in underserved communities everywhere around the community. Now, does that mean I'm saying how I'm voting? No. But I think it's worth saying that these people have come here tonight and they're offering themselves. I think certain things can be addressed at certain times. I have no problem with anybody who wants to bring something up. But there's so much great work that has come from several of these candidates, and I don't want anybody to take that away. And I'll just leave it there. School board member Nathan Rush, you now have it.
Thank you, President Lannis. Thank you to our 2 out of our 4 candidates that are now being considered. I had a question for Ms. Chatelain, if you'd be willing to come to the mic. So I'm familiar with your work with the 3 o'clock project, specifically as it deals with in our own school system. Would you be willing to explain your involvement in that nonprofit with our school system and clear up any reservations people might have about ethical or financial worries?
Sure. As for my for-profit consulting company, we do not work with East Baton Rouge, and we never have. We've never held a contract with EBR. My nonprofit also has never held a contract with EBR. Everything we do is with our partners that serve after-school children. So we are not associated with EBR's nutrition program. They have a wonderful director that runs their meal program. So we have no involvement.
Thank you. I also want to ask you, as someone who is also self-employed, do you consider the fact that you are a self-employed person a benefit or a detriment to your position if you're elected to this board?
It's a benefit. I tend to abuse my own time, but I have the benefit of, going to meetings in the middle of the day and doing things on my own time. I don't have a 9 to 5 that I have to be, sitting at. So I've always used that to my advantage.
And you are a mother of 2 children as well, right?
I have 2 little boys.
Yeah. This is more of a rhetorical question. For our audience and the board, if this was a male in front of us, would he be asked if he was going to quit his day job to serve in this role? I don't think so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, School Board Member Russ. Next, we have School Board Member Vice President Carla Powell-Lewis.
First of all, thank you so much to my colleague, Mr. Russ. I have a full-time job. I'm a teacher. And everybody on the board knows that there are certain times y'all can call me and sometimes you can't. And you know that I'm going to try my best to call you back after 3:30. I think that's the reality. Also, I just wanted to share as well that we do have at least one board member on this panel who has a job that in some cases he has to recuse himself from the vote, and that is Mr. Martin. And I believe that if there was ever a time that any candidate or any person, any school board member had to enter into a contract with the school board, that we would at least advise each other to say, this particular vote you need to step away from. So whomever the candidate is that wins, we have your back in that area. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Next, we have School Board Member Patrick Martin.
Thank you, President Lannis. Again, thank both the remaining candidates for their willingness to serve. They both clearly have a great deal of passion for our children, which has been demonstrated in different ways by each of them for their entire careers. And so I think I'm very grateful that we have such a choice in front of us today. I did want to address one comment made by one of the members of the public, this implication that the accomplishments of someone who has brought their strengths to the national level are somehow less of a reason to support them than somebody whose talents have stayed and benefited the community as a whole. I think that there's, for Baton Rouge to be successful, we need both. We need people who devote their energy to our children here. We also need people who are leaders on the national stage. And have the skills and the capability that are sought after by other members, by other states in the country, other districts. And so I think that is a strength, and that is not a reason to choose one over the other. Both of those expertise, both of those devotions are worthy of respect and consideration. Thank you.
Next, we have School Member Cliff Lewis.
Ms. Hastings, could you come up, please? we talked, we talked about equity. You talked about equity in your presentation. You only had 3 minutes. You talked about teachers. You talked about tackling tough issues. I know that you're a member of the Tuesday Mornings Kiwanis Club. Is that correct?
Toughest issue there is being at the meeting at 6:30 every Tuesday morning.
Okay, but
That's another Press Robinson accomplishment to get me up that early.
but expound a little bit when you talked about teachers. Were you talking about professional development for teachers? Where were you going with that?
Well, because I managed teachers for many years, most of my career was spent as an administrator. And when you're an administrator, you don't do the hands-on work yourself. You depend on a dedicated, energetic faculty to do that for you, to teach those children and keep those parents happy. So I felt like my job was more to develop and encourage the teachers that worked in my division. So professional development is always very important. You never know everything you need to know when you're a teacher. I don't care if you have a master's degree, a PhD. You never know everything you need to know. And just as soon as you think you do, our profession changes and swings in a different direction, and there we go again. So I would say yes, but Mr. Lewis, I think one of the things that I'm concerned about right now in our teaching profession in general and specific to our parish, we have too many people leaving the profession. People with training, people with some experience, people who have been dedicated to it, and something's going wrong, and they're not feeling fulfilled and they're not feeling happy in the classroom. And that is one thing that I would love it if we as a district could address, we as a state could address, we as a country could address.
In one of our very brief conversations, I asked you, you mentioned that you definitely wouldn't want to run for the seat. You would do the interim. So why would you want to,
well,
for 6 months, take the heat that you're going to get up here and then walk away?
Oh, no. The heat has been these last 2 weeks of learning how this process works. That's been very challenging. I'm really all about service, and to serve in an interim role means you don't campaign, you don't fundraise, I'm 75 years old, and I'd be very happy to spend 6 months working with you guys to make some good decisions for our district, and then pick up my purse and go back to the third row where I'm usually sitting and just support what you're doing.
And I've seen you dozens of times. I had no idea you were who you were.
Oh.
And then when I met you, I go, oh, that's the lady from the third row. So, but thank you for your willingness to serve, and thank you for all your years of service in the school system.
Much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Coach. Seeing no other names at this time inside of the queue. All right. At this time, Madam Secretary, will you call for a roll call vote?
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Ms. Chatelain.
District 2, President Landis.
Chatelain.
District 3, Vice President Powell Lewis.
Ms. Chatelain.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Hastings.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Hastings.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Chatelain.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Chatelain.
District 9, Mr. Martin.
Ms. Chatelain.
Ms. Chatelain. 6-2.
Okay, so the vote count is now 6-2. Before I continue, I'm going to say to all of the candidates again, thank you all for putting your name in, stepping up to the plate to help represent our kids. As you all know, this is a interim position. There will be a race in the spring, and I would ask that all of you please offer your names up and come back, because we appreciate you stepping up to the plate. We appreciate everything that you do for our community, and we just want to ask that you continue to do so every single day, because our kids and our community need you the most. So we appreciate you. So I will ask the 3 candidates that didn't get selected, you all can choose to stay here if you so choose. If you want to leave, you could. It's not a problem. Ms. Chatelain, you may stand. You are now the new District 8 representative to our school board. Can we please give her a round of applause? At this time now, I'm going to give you the floor to say a few words before we move forward. You have to also still be sworn in by council to make it official. However, I'll give you the floor to say whatever you so choose.
Oh, thank you very much. And I really appreciate sitting next to these three wonderful human beings who have obviously done a lot for our community. I'll just reiterate, I am here for the kids. I am not here for any other reason. And like I said earlier, I would be really honored, and it sounds like I'm going to be very honored to sit next to you all up here. And I'm just excited to put the kids first at all of our decisions. So I thank you very much for this opportunity. And I'm looking forward to the next 6 months.
Thank you. And by the way, we still expect good regional menus for our schools. We can't let you off the hook there, but we definitely appreciate you, and welcome to the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Attorney Shamlin, he's going to get you sworn in. Okay, while they get sworn in, I made a promise to 10 students that are part of our school system that I would attend their graduation. These students have made some hiccups in their past, which had gotten them expelled from school. However, they went through a unique program called Not From This House. You all probably saw it in the news this morning, which takes those students through a 12-week step program. After they complete that program, they can come back inside of our schools, back at their home school, rather than going to an alternative school site. I want to thank the superintendent for allowing that to happen. But as I said before, I promised them I would be there. So as I told Biden Vice President, please take over for me while I step out to attend that graduation. I will be back. But as I said before, a promise is a promise, and I'm coming to see him right now. So thank you, Ms. Chatelaine. Again, welcome to the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board. You got it.
Thank you. Girl, you're now official. Come on, you're official. Okay, guys, make sure y'all take care of her over there. Good evening, everyone. Item H, unfinished business. Number 1, professional services contract. Rethink Ed, consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Rethink Ed in the amount of $175,000 to support social emotional learning, strategic alignment, student achievement, and employee development. Funding source, ESSER 3, Action 2. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Gaudet. Is there a second? Okay, it has been seconded by Mr. Ballou. Dr. Narcisse, is there a presentation? Okay.
Yes, Vice Mayor Powell, we do have a presentation. We actually have Rethink actually here, and also Dr. Burrows and the team. Can you guys all come up, please? And also Stacy Dupree.
Thank you, Board, Dr. Narcisse. Thank you for giving us opportunity to bring this to you. We have Kareem Hawkins, sorry about that. I'm getting a little older and sometimes I forget, from Rethink Ed to come and give you a brief presentation of the platform. And of course, we'll be ready and available for your questions.
All right, good evening, President Lannis, Vice President Powell, members of the East Baton Rouge School Board, and Dr. Narcisse. I'm Kareem Hawkins. I currently serve as the Regional Director for Educational Partnerships for Rethink Ed. This evening, I would like to share some specific high-level key points about the benefits of our partnership. Rethink Ed is a full, comprehensive, and innovative solution that provides robust resources that can support every student in every class. We believe by supporting the whole school community, which includes our students, our teachers, staff, and parents, together we can create healthy school climates and promote a greater awareness and understanding for wellness practices while empowering students and our educators. On this slide, I would like to take a moment to highlight the congruencies of the EBR cornerstones in the Rethink Ed implementation. Every EBR student and teacher has access to our wellness and mental health suite. This collection of resources includes over 390 grade-level wellness lessons, complementary both Tier 1 and Tier 2 instruction, 120 grade-banded lessons supporting Tier 3 instruction. With our wellness curriculum, we are able to support commitment number 1, student achievement, and the commitment and action of increasing the social emotional practices across all 5 core competency areas. I have the privilege of supporting our professional services team that has facilitated custom educator trainings, family and caregiver supports. Our digital software and resources provides consistent multilingual communications for all East Baton Rouge stakeholders. This aligns with cornerstone number 2, exemplary customer service. Our on-demand professional development and coaching assists all East Baton Rouge educators with the commitment and action of increasing the number of professional development opportunities. We have almost 10 times the number of students accessing wellness activities from the 21-22 school year. That is an increase of 841%. That increase was the result of a strong implementation, administrative support, and the testimony of student need for wellness practices. We hosted strategic meetings with district leaders and collaborated with educators to support direct wellness instruction. In our effort to extend our reach to every community, Rethink Ed offers digital and printable parent caregiver resources. We're also available to collaborate for district and campus community nights and activities. Both our academic and home connection letters are available in English and Spanish. In the Rethink Ed Wellness Suite, all East Baton Rouge educators have access to over 74 interactive and on-demand professional development training modules that increase awareness, teach competency, and check for understanding. Our professional services team recognizes team members who have high utilization and completed training modules, The Rethink Ed professional services team has provided over 70 employee development, and coaching days. This lends to the staff buy-in and an increase in wellness instructional material accessed by East Baton Rouge educators. The Rethink Ed took the opportunity to support commitment number 4, commitment and action of celebrating and recognizing high-performing team members when we hosted our Celebrating EBR tour. This slide shows the increase of wellness supports EBR staff access year over year. It shows the staff's commitment in recognizing the need for wellness practices and resources for both the student and the educator. In closing, Rethink Ed is excited to continue the partnership with East Baton Rouge as a thought partner and resource as you strive to be the cornerstone of the community as a premier educational institution.
Thank you. Any further portions of the presentation? Okay. All right. Thank you so much. All right. We will now turn to comments from the board. Are there any comments? Okay, Mr. Russ.
Thank you, Vice President Lewis Powell. Is that right now? I want to say Powell. Got to keep it straight. CPO. So my initial reservations with this item were twofold. One, content specific, because I had very little exposure to the platform and to the content within the platform. I want to thank Superintendent for providing access to that as we asked. I did spend quite a little bit of time exploring this platform. Seems like an excellent platform. I went through all of the subject matter that's been provided to us. I went through several lessons. It seems very appropriate. I didn't see anything that raised any content flags or problems for me as a parent, as a board member, anything of that nature. So my only reservation with this item at this time remains around the time that we are spending as a part of a bigger picture on digital platforms in our classroom. A lot of feedback that I've received very recently from families in our community is how much time kids are spending in front of screens at school. I do believe that we need to leverage technology in our educational spaces to help us be more effective. They're tools. But we have a huge amount of competition for our kids' time in the classroom right now. And we're using a lot of different technology platforms. And in between almost every different subject matter, kids are being asked to sit in front of a screen every single day for minutes upon minutes upon minutes instead of in front of a teacher. So based on that, unless this recommendation is changed with our administration, I don't support the item. I don't have a problem with the platform, but I think we need to rethink its implementation as part of a bigger picture of what we're doing with our students' time. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
So what time will be set aside for this to take place?
Okay, so currently we did for middle school, they are taking about 20 minutes of PE twice a week because if you look at the PE and health education standards from Louisiana, they align with the wellness platform inside Rethink Ed. So it is helping those PE teachers or will help those PE teachers meet those health and physical education standards. In the gym, you cannot be one-to-one. It's just not possible. So it is really, we are shifting that model for them to have more interaction, to be a part of that. We've been working with Mr. Hyde and his team to support our PE coaches in that endeavor. For our elementary schools, they have worked in a 10 to 15 minute window at different parts of the day. So some schools put it first thing in the morning, some schools put it right before buses, some have it each grade level has a different one, but they have all identified when they do their time and the lessons. So it is not a large chunk of the day, but it is a break for the kids to have a different type of learning experience. And then our high schools, most of our high schools have about a 10 to 15 minute twice a week one, like A days in the morning. They have taken some of their time and they put there. So it is not a large draw on time. They really have tried to, because we have to meet those state minutes, it is how do we capitalize on using what time we do have to help our kids foster these relationships and build on these skills.
And, you know, we've talked numerous times from up here about how kids are just kind of wired differently, you know, especially elementary school kids and middle school kids. They do spend a lot of time online in front of screens, but I'm not sure if that's totally bad because they're wired that way. Now, you know, that's how they learn. I don't have any problem with the I've rethought my position on it. I don't have any real problems with it. I just want to make sure that it does not, and agreeing with Nathan, it does not cut into real face time with a teacher, because I'm going to make this statement again until you guys get tired of hearing me say it. Great teachers make great students, not great platforms.
Right.
Great teachers make great students. But a great teacher can always use innovative, forward-thinking help to help create that great student. So, but thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Vice President Powell-Lewis. And particular thanks to my colleague, Mr. Russ, for spending the time going through there to kind of take a look at that. Appreciate you doing that for us. I like my colleagues, I'm more comfortable with this than I was originally. As I looked at I pulled up the evaluation that was provided with the supporting materials, and on the thing showing the scores from the fall 21 to spring 22 and whatnot, I didn't see a lot of movement there, right? And then I read Dr. Earle's evaluation, which was very positive and suggested that perhaps despite the overall lack of movement within very crucial cohorts, there was significant improvement, particularly in the transition years. But could you speak more to that, please?
Yeah. So what we saw is the measure that was used in the evaluation was the self-assessment. And as adults, it's really hard for us to sit and evaluate ourselves. So when we ask third, fourth, fifth, even high schoolers, it's a difficult task. So let's be real, we've all been in middle school. How you woke up that day, how your cereal was affects everything you do that day. And so it could really vary a lot. So this last school year, we added the teacher rating scale, but we did not have enough, because there was a lot of training involved to get that rating scale going. So we did see a good bit of movement within what the teachers were seeing with the students in 8 different areas. We just did not feel comfortable enough putting it into the performance evaluation because it was not all grades. And so because in the spring we were available to do it K-12, in the fall we were only able to do it 3-12. So we did not have the whole population. So our hope is this year we'll have both measures to be able to compare. As far as our subgroup populations, we saw in our ESS population, in our 504 population, and in our English learner population. So some of our groups that have to work the hardest to make the same gains as their peers, we saw a lot of the gap closing. And so we were really excited about that. One of my champion schools is Arlington, and they really have bought in to try to help with their students and their population. And so it really goes down to how well we are embracing it. And that's our strategy this year, is how do we support our schools to fully embrace.
Thank you. I think one of my concerns generally with a lot of the computerized tools that we use is that our assessment usually is an internal assessment from that. And so, which is that, which could mean that children who learn how to manipulate the data well, or learn how to do whatever the software is, which may or may not actually reflect in actual real-world behavior. So I'll be very interested in future years of this teacher evaluation, and I want us to continue exploring. It's a bigger issue for us how we evaluate what kind of behavior issues we're actually having in each of our schools, and that's one of the things we're working with the DM group and others to better evaluate that. And so I want us to make sure that we're actively looking for ways that we can validate that this is making a difference in the real world, not just, oh yeah, the kids are clicking the buttons right.
Right. And so we worked with Dr. Earle to try to look at different data points. And one of the things that we did find was, kids make mistakes. And so when we were looking at discipline data for last year, we pulled some high school data and we looked at 3 different high schools. One was a school that fully bought in. They were beyond just that compliance. One school that struggled a little bit with implementation, and one that was bare minimum. And what we saw is the rate at which students repeated a disciplinary infraction, had multiple major infractions on our school that was fully invested. Those teachers were invested because when the teachers are invested, they're working with the kids. And when the teachers are involved, they're building those relationships. We saw a slower rate of students repeating those disciplinary infractions than the district. The school that it was a decline. It was like a 7% decline in students repeating. The school that had partial implementation was right on par with the district. And the school that struggled and really had very little implementation was skyrocketed. So we know kids make mistakes, but we want to build those skills to where when they are back in our campus, that they make better decisions. Because one of those tenets of this is helping foster good decision-making on our kids.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that, and just keep looking for ways to get better data on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have entered the queue as well. I have a couple of questions. First of all, thank you so much to everyone who participated in your presentation. One of my questions is in regards to support for the adults on school campuses. Is there any way in this platform that we can support our adults with social emotional support?
Absolutely. So Ms. Hawkins did talk about that teacher training platform. And so at any time, teachers can go in, log in, and there are psychologists, social workers, people with highly advanced degrees breaking down these topics for our teachers and making it applicable about how it impacts the classroom. Additionally, we do have a team of 4 SEL specialists who work with the schools. So if that school needs additional professional development, district-wide professional development, and a lot of our efforts are in teacher well-being. We work with the Human Resources Department for some of their pop-up pep rallies to support that well-being of our adults, because we know we have to work with them to empower them to be able to work with our kids. So we have seen increased usage, and even though we have not, because we've been waiting for the contract, we have not been officially using the platform. Rethink has basically said, we can keep it open. We have seen teachers, without saying you have to go into the platform, we have seen teachers throughout the last month going in, accessing those training resources, because it's not just about building up their skill set, it's also about helping them bring it back to the classroom.
And additionally, if I can share something, we heard some of the concerns when we were here originally from some of the comments. We worked with Rethink Ed to make it easier for the teachers to get to the portions of the lessons that are on the video. Most of it is not, but it's like one click now instead of having to go to multiple clicks. So they've been very helpful and will continue to do that. So the teachers have one menu, they go one spot, and they don't have to search.
Thank you. And so I have one more question. If you could just give us just a snippet of what the accountability practices are around implementation, because I heard you mention the data shows that, the program has been successful in the schools where it's implemented correctly, and then there's like some shady data in other ways.
So a lot of it comes through relationship building. The SEL specialists are working hand in hand with our school counselors, and they're actually the biggest champions for this work because they bleed this work and they use the data to help their kids. And so we try to help this progress through relationship building. It's kind of counterproductive if you SEL by mandate. So we really try to go with it through a relationship building, a strength building approach with our schools. And part of that is working with our executive directors. We have executive directors who say, hey, this school needs additional support. And it's through those relationships that allow us to expand this work. In a perfect world, I would love to have 100% compliance and participation and buy-in, but life is life. And so I'm really committed to that relationship-based approach, because that is the only way we are going to get teachers on board to see this as a tool to help them better their practice, better their relationships, and not just as something else to do.
Thank you so much. So with that, with those questions being answered, I'm in support of this program as well. Number one, you know, we need to keep pushing that we are creating good humans. And so that's what these types of platforms assist with. I also appreciate the idea of it being an electronic platform because teachers already have so many different requirements. It seems like this would be something that would almost be like a no-brainer or something that they can implement with ease since it is on an electronic platform instead of either having to commit to teaching an SEL lesson or creating an SEL lesson. So thank you so much. Okay. All right. Yes, sir. What you got?
I just wanted to say, I want to appreciate Rethink Ed's patience with us. This has been on the agenda for a while now. Several of us had some serious questions about it. I appreciate your patience as we work through those and explaining it to us the way you have that allowed us to support this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will now turn to, I think we've already had comments from the public. Nope. Okay, comments from the public. Okay, seeing none. All right, we will now turn back to comments from the board. Okay, seeing none, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. Can we do roll call, Ms. Shadley? It's not gonna pop up in this one I thought it was.
Yes, ma'am. Roll call vote.
Oh, did it? That's what I'm saying. For some reason, her name didn't pop into the, I thought I had fixed the problem. District 1, Mr. Blue?
Yes.
District 3, Vice President Powell Lewis?
Yes.
District 4, Ms. Stewart?
Yay.
District 5, Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
District 6, Mr. Russ?
Nay.
District 7, Mr. Gode?
Yes.
District 8, Ms. Shadley?
Yes.
District 9, Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 2, professional services contract. Consideration of a request to authorize the superintendent to enter into a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and an appropriate and qualified firm in an amount not to exceed $95,000 to provide a review of the board's fiscal policies and practices for both the general fund and the special funds, to include interviews with board members and key stakeholders, a board workshop focused on the fiscal year 23 budget and collection of public input, and make recommendations to streamline the board's operating procedures in such a way as to increase financial transparency, accountability, meaningful public engagement, and long-range budget planning, as well as to the extent possible, assist with the initial implementation of those policies and procedures such that may be approved and adopted by the board. Funding source, general fund. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Martin. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Russ. Comments from the board. Mr. Martin.
Thank you very much. We talked about this at the committee. The purpose of this contract is, we all talked when we went through the budget process very recently. We all agreed that we weren't happy with that budget process, that we needed significant reforms. That's a budget process that's been in place for many, many years. That's not a knock on anybody. It's simply that's proven to be kind of inadequate to meet our desires for public transparency in the budget process and to allow us to focus our energies more on policy level decisions for resource allocation and less on the contract by contract evaluation that we've spent so much of our time since we were all sworn in January doing. And so that is the goal of this, is to bring in an expert to help us. This is not something that we need to do. We don't need to reinvent the budget process every year. Right? That's not something we have to do every year. And so it's appropriate, in my view, to spend a little bit of money to find an expert to come help us. And this expert will not come tell us how to spend the money. She's not going to say, oh, you need to spend more money on this or more money on that. She's simply going to help us structure the budget better so that we as a board, with better input from the public, can structure our thinking and our decisions in a way that allows us to make clearer votes on what we think our policies should be. So if we decide that we want to focus much more on equity, then we should have policies and we should have budgets that reflect that. And right now our budgets reflect not that. And so that's the goal. I know a couple of you have expressed some concerns. Maybe there's free services or cheaper services available from the legislative auditor or the Council of Great City Schools. That's possible. The legislative auditor I've spoken with, and they do not provide service like this. I had a 30-minute conversation with their experts earlier this week, and they simply don't do that. They sent us a nice email pointing us to some resources where we could look for some best practices guide, but we need somebody who's actually going to sit here and help us, work with us to structure what we need. Is it possible that there's some other better way to do this? Maybe so. There's always a possibility there's something better, but we've committed to the public during the budget process that we were going to get started with this in October. October is in 3 days. And so I think it's imperative that we move forward with this. And I think that this will help us carry through the commitments that we made to the public to bring significant improvements to our budget process. I'm concerned if we don't take this step now, then we're going to enter into another month without a plan for what we're going to do. So I would urge my colleagues to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stewart.
Yes. As it relates to this item, I do agree with my colleague, Martin, in regards of us having to implement something into place to be able to facilitate and do this. But I did have a question. You did mention that, we do have the option of utilizing the Council of Greater City Schools. And so the opportunity to be able to do that as a free option is something that I was questioning, or that I do have a question in regards to why we can't utilize that as an option versus having to pay someone to do that. And I'm saying that because the Council of Greater City Schools is, can do a national search, and basically we are part of that program where, we're a member. And so, I just want to be able to utilize our resources that we do have in order to accomplish, the ultimate goal, which I do feel that it needs to be done.
Well, that's certainly a possibility. As I say, I have not spoken to the Council of Great City Schools. Mr. Lewis, did you have a chance to speak with them this week?
No, I did not. Okay. I tried to get my clone that I need to make a call, and they didn't even have time to make a call. Okay?
They don't have an artificial intelligence Cliff Lewis yet to make some of those calls for you?
Thank you.
And so I guess because nobody has spoken and because we do have that option, I want to recommend that we defer that until somebody does speak, and so that we can find it out. I wouldn't want to vote to agree to this and we have an available free option at our disposal.
So, Ms. Stewart, are you making a substitute motion?
Yeah, I want to make a substitute motion to defer this item so that we can look into utilizing the current resources that we have to be able to facilitate the same thing. So I don't know how I need to say that.
You did just fine. We need a second. We need a second for that substitute.
So thank you. So Ms. Stewart has moved that we defer this item, I guess, until further notice. Okay. And it is,
I can see the fingers in the room. I'll be happy to accept that as a friendly amendment and defer that till next month.
Thank you.
okay. So that's it to that process, correct?
Yes, so Board Member Martin is deferring for 1 month until the regular meeting.
Yeah, yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I mean, I think at that time, we should be able to make calls or try to identify whether or not if that can be done. So, thank you.
Correct.
Thank you so much.
Superintendent, will you work with me to facilitate that conversation with Great City Schools?
Yes, I'll make a call to Ray Hart, the executive director of that.
Okay, I'd like to join the call.
Yes, no, I'd like for you to join us.
Okay, yep, thank you.
We need to make sure the second, Mr. Russ, agrees to that friendly amendment.
Yeah.
On Mr. Martin's motion.
He's
yes.
also made the motion. Thank you so much, Mr. Russ. Okay, so I guess, do we continue moving forward? Okay, so we will now move to. Okay, so board comments. All right, thank you. Mr. Lewis.
You know, I don't think we're going to have any problem with them answering the phone since they're getting paid. But I agree with a lot of the things that Patrick is saying. And I want to just kind of pull something out with the comment he made. Now you may want to help me jog my memory a little bit, Mr. Shamlin. But we did ask for monthly reports, correct, on the budget.
I believe President Landis did make that
Right.
request, yes.
We're 3 days away from, we're 3 days away. I hadn't seen anything or heard any conversation around getting a report on the budget. How much money have we spent? How much money haven't we spent? Where are we with the budget? Because there were some things taken out of the budget that were put back in the budget. And we need to know that. We need to know where we are spending our money. That's our fiduciary responsibility. And I think we can get that information. We got to hold people's feet to the fire. Because I'm not going to sit here and write checks that we can't cash. We're already looking at a deficit coming around next year. And I just want to make sure that we are in a healthy financial place with the budget. Because I honestly felt like it was being rammed down my throat for about 10 weeks around here. And that was not comfortable. We need transparency. We need open and honest communication about how we're spending our money. So, and Patrick, we did talk about Great City Schools. I'm sorry, I almost promised you I was going to call them. I just didn't get a chance to do it. But if we can get the same results, and we're already paying for it, then let's get those results and let's use them.
Thank you. Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you. I too wanted to see us improve the budget process, and whether it's through Great City Schools or whatever. I guess my concern is at the last meeting we deferred this, and we deferred it on the basis that we would get more information. Asked about how he was doing it, and I've gotten zero information. The other thing is, it's obvious that there is a person that has been picked to do this, because we kept referring to someone as she or this, that, and the other, and I think I know who that is. Why are we being so nebulous in the motion? If we have someone that we've already picked out, there's a price already assumed, put the contract, put the proposal in the thing, and let's vote on the contract. Let's don't vote on, something nebulous that we don't know what is the final scope of work, what is all of that put together. So I'm not opposed to the work. I just don't like the process, because if we have someone already picked out to do it, then let's be honest, and who is it? Put the contract in the board docs documents, and let's vote on the contract. And if we got to be working on the contract while we're checking with Great City Schools, that's all well and good. But I think, for me to do my responsibility, we got contracts coming up all the time with varying amounts and things like that. if we've already picked out what we're going to do, give me a contract with a statement of work so that I can really evaluate the qualifications of who this person is. Either that or request an RFQ. So we go out and we solicit qualifications, and then a selection is made from an RFQ. So do it one way or the other. It sounds like to me right now we're in a middle ground where it's neither RFQ, but it's not a contract. And we've already picked who it's going to be, but we haven't specified exactly what it is and how it's going to work and all these sorts of things. So I'm very uncomfortable with setting a precedent for passing something like this. To my mind, it needs to be, I'm not opposed to the concept of what we're doing. If we can do it through Great City Schools, fine. If we have to have a contract to do it with someone else, that's fine too. I think it's money well spent. But let's be specific about what we're doing. Okay, that's my only comment. Because until I have some specificity about what it is, what's the contract look like, what's the statement of work, I can't vote for something that's a balloon out there that I don't know what it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Russ.
Yeah, so I supported this item as it is because we made commitments to our community to do a much, much better job of providing a transparent budget process that actually allowed the board to set what its priorities were in the resources within our school system, nearly $1 billion that we manage. And I will say that I don't want to speak for everybody, but I think that our budget process for this past budget was an absolute dumpster fire. And if we think that we're just going to sit on our hands and wait for that to get better, we're wrong. If we think that we can ask the system to redesign itself to somehow achieve that goal, we're also wrong. So I believe that we need to bring in outside help. Mr. Lewis, to your point, all the things that you said in your comment are the exact reason why we need to bring in outside help on this, whether it's Great City Schools or someone that we need to pay a contract. And with all due respect to my fellow board members, if you had a proposed alternative to this, you had 3 weeks to pick up the phone and speak with anybody else that you wanted to. We have an entire administrative staff that we pay millions of dollars that could have done that for us. Pushing this another month gets us more of the same. And I'm not content with more of the same for our kids, for the resources that we have in the community, or frankly, more of the same of how this board and administration have worked together. So I'm a little irritated that we're going to push this to another month because we have work to do. Pushing this for another 4 weeks is pushing that process back another 4 weeks that we promised our community would start in earnest in 3 days. So just know that that's the decision you're making if we push this item. Thanks.
Thank you. I have entered the queue. I have a question. So I know that Coach Lewis mentioned that we have a budget report that should be available soon, and he's also mentioned that he hadn't seen or heard anything. So Dr. Narcisse, I just wanted to know if you would be willing to speak to that, please.
Yes, we're actually working on a budget report. Kelly Lopez always puts that together, so we'll be getting that to the board.
Do you look at this?
And we can also present it as well in public.
It's in the financial report.
Okay, thank you. So we should be hearing something soon.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, considering that is it for board comments, we will now turn to the public. Are there public comments available at this time?
It's in the financial report.
Okay. All right.
I'm sorry.
Is that it?
Thank you.
Just a moment. Okay. Ms. Fairley Jackson.
Hi, considering Fairley Jackson, District 5. Considering that this item is about accountability, I'd like to start with talking about accountability of what we say. And earlier, when we stood up here as constituents and parents, we were not making personal attacks on anyone. We were making concerns and basically stating facts. And that was pretty important. So let's not conflate the two. So this is an interesting item. Again, I support Ms. Stewart's idea to defer this, which I don't usually like to do that, but I am confused about Mr. Martin's comment about the auditors, because what I heard, and I am the one that connected both Mr. Goday and Mr. Martin with the auditor's office, and what I heard is that they were trying to decide which department, which type of audit this would be. You're saying it was a definitive no. I have not heard that. Okay, Mike is saying that's a definitive no. I heard today, well, that's fine. I did go through this as a state board member. We went through an audit just like this. I think if you two could get together and get on the same page, you might actually be able to get them to do this for free. Not a private firm that is questionable. I agree with Mr. Goday. And you did identify who it was. It was Catherine Posniak. Let's put that back on the record. You said at the last meeting it was Catherine Posniak. So if that's changed, you should let us know. But honestly, you also have a policy, in your board caps that I'm very concerned about, because it doesn't seem to matter. It's EH, and I've emailed about this. The East Baton Rouge Parish School Board will solicit for professional services for which the cost of the services exceeds $10,000. Requests for qualifications should be advertised in the official journal. Copies of the requests for qualifications should be made available to all firms interested in proposing a review committee, blah, blah, blah. What is this committee? Is this policy something else that y'all need to revise like you did earlier from 2014? I think you all need to look at your own policies, because this is what is out there for the public. This is what is out there for your new board member to go as her directive about how this board operates. Do you require that? Do you not require that? What is the process for soliciting these contracts? We have, these are big things here. And you've got an excellent general counsel. And, if this isn't right, take it off caps, take it off the website, revise it, do the right thing. But every $94,000 counts at this point. We couldn't give raises to teachers. We couldn't give raises to bus drivers. We can't get a playground for 3 elementary schools. There's no playground for 1,500 kids for the next 7 years that are moving into that swing site. But we've got $94,000. This playground is half that. I'm just saying, it needs to be done. I completely agree. But I also agree it needs to be deferred again. Find it for a better price. And it's still not free. We do pay Great City Schools, but we already pay. So please consider deferring this. And thank you for that, Ms. Stewart.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Okay, seeing no further public comment, we will now return to the board, and I've entered into the queue. Ms. Lopez. Actually, my question is about dates. So when should we possibly expect to see our budget report?
Ma'am, I'm happy to prepare any budget report that you like. In your monthly financials, if you'll note, I've added an additional appendix that actually shows large contracts, the new stipends, and additional items that were not in the original budget that have currently are happening. So I have included that. I'm also going to include a running total on a spreadsheet that is inclusive of all the funding sources that I'm working on right now to prepare for the board for next month. I've been working on the annual financial report for the state, so I haven't completely finished it. I'm actually working on it right now. So I have some items that I want to provide to you, but I'm not 100% sure what the board wants. And I'm happy to sit down with board leadership, and if you tell me what you want, I will get it to you.
Gladly. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Shamlin, will you speak to the policy that Ms. Jackson was mentioning?
Yes, ma'am. Policy EH Professional Services Procurement speaks to professional services contracts. It really gives guidance to the superintendent and provides some guardrails as well as to when he can or cannot proceed with entering professional services contracts. The general rule is that anything under $10,000, he can proceed without board action. Anything above that, it does direct that the board will issue an RFP or an RFQ. But as you know, the board can proceed without necessarily, that's a policy requirement, not a state law requirement. So the board can proceed and does often so without going through an RFP process. It's at the leisure of the board. So it really is the choice and decision of the board for anything above 10,000, how they would like to proceed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing no further comments from the board, we will now entertain a vote, and this is on the substitute motion to defer the item for a month.
Friendly amendment
Friendly
to the
amendment.
original motion to defer to the regular meeting in October.
Okay, so friendly amendment to defer the item to the regular meeting in October. Got it.
Please vote. Office and maybe refresh. Because it's showing her in the queue.
So would you like for us to just do a roll call again? Okay. And then while Mr. Gode reads our consent items, then you can go and help her.
Yeah, we'll do roll call and then I'll log her back in.
I agree. Possibly consider roll call in the meeting so that way we can get her set up. Oh. Okay.
The motion carries.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Gode, consent agenda.
Mike, microphone.
Consent agenda. The following items will be approved as part of the consent agenda and are considered to be routine and will be enacted with one motion. There will be no separate discussion of items unless a board member so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered as an item on the regular agenda for a separate vote preceding the last item on the regular agenda. 2, LDOE stipend distribution. Consideration of a request for the approval of the distribution of the LDOE certified and support staff stipends for the 2023-2024 fiscal year. Strategic alignment, operational excellence. Grant, number 3, grant, State of Louisiana, Louisiana Department of Health, Office of Public Health. Consideration of request for the approval of the acceptance of a grant from the State of Louisiana, Louisiana Department of Health, Office of Public Health in the amount of $1,505,000 to expand, train, and sustain a response-ready public health workforce and related matters. Number 4, grant, Louisiana Kids Matter campaign. Consideration of request for the approval of the acceptance of a literacy grant from the Louisiana Kids Matter campaign in the amount of $700,000 to receive tutoring through Book Nook for the 2023-2024 school year and related matters. 5, moratorium of understanding, open health care clinic. Consideration of request for the approval of an MOU between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the HIV/AIDS Alliance for Region 2 Incorporated, HAART, doing business as Open Health Care Clinic, to provide on-site and behavioral health services and mobile clinical health services to students and staff at mutual agreed upon EBR public school sites. Strategic alignment, operational excellence. 6, professional services contract, Nearpod Incorporated. Consideration of request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Nearpod, Inc. in the amount of $206,450 to provide an interactive digital platform. Strategic Alignment, Student Achievement / Funding Source, General Fund. Number 7, Professional Services Contract, Notable Incorporated, CAMI. Consideration of request for the approval of professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Notable Incorporated, CAMI, in the amount of $76,822 to provide an online annotation system. Strategic Alignment, Student Achievement, Funding Source, General Fund. 8, Professional Services Contract, Capital Area Human Services District. Consideration of request for the approval of the professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the Capital Area Health Services Human Services District in the amount of $280,000 to provide behavioral health and support services, strategic alignment, academic achievement, funding source, ESSER 3 incentive. Number 9, professional services contract, Board of Supervisors of LSU and Agricultural, it should be Board of Supervisors of Louisiana State University and Agricultural and Mechanical College. Consideration of request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the Board of Supervisors of Louisiana State University and Agricultural and Mechanical College on behalf of Louisiana State University Health Sciences Center in the amount of $68,875 to provide professional learning services for specialized supports and services for students with disabilities. Strategic alignment, employee development, funding source, redesign, IDEA 611. Number 10, professional services contract, District Management Group LLC. Consideration request for the approval of professional services contracts between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the District Management Group LLC for the following. A, Breakthrough Results Program for 25 elementary school-based teams to focus on improving proficiency in early literacy in the amount of $245,875. Strategic Alignment, Student Achievement, and Employee Development, Funding Source, General Fund. B, Breakthrough Results Program to focus on improving culture and climate in the amount of $49,375. Strategic Alignment, Student Achievement, Operational Excellence, and Employee Development, Funding Source, General Fund. Number 11, Professional Services Contract, Studyville. Consideration of request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Studyville in the amount of $75,000 to provide tutoring services, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, general fund. 12, policy and policy revisions. Consideration request for the approval of the following policy and policy revisions. A, BCAD, teleconference, remote participation in school board meetings. B, BCB, school board meetings rules of procedure. C, DJD, expense reimbursement. D, EDCB, carpool and bus line safety. E, IDCJ, continuous learning. F, JB, attendance. G, JBD, student absences and excuses. Strategic alignment, operational excellence. Number 13, policy revision, EBBB, school and student safety. Consideration of request for the approval of policy revision EBBB, school and student safety. Strategic alignment, operational excellence. This ends the consent agenda, and I so move.
Thank you. Okay, so it has been moved by Mr. Gode and seconded by Mr. Ballou that we enter into the discussion for the consent agenda.
Vice President Powell, could I request that item 9 be removed and voted on separately, simply so I can vote on the rest of the consent agenda?
Yes. Anybody else with any items that need to be pulled? Okay, so we're pulling item 9. All right. Okay, so it has been moved by Mr. Gode and seconded by Mr. Ballou that we receive the consent agenda with the exception of item 9. Okay, we will now enter into board comments for all items except for item 9. Okay, seeing none. All right, we will now turn to public comment for the consent agenda with the exception of item 9. Okay. Seeing none, we will return to board comment in regards to the consent agenda with the exception of item 9. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote. Okay.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, so we're now returning to I-9, Professional Services Contract, Board of Supervisors of LSU and Agricultural and Mechanical College. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Board of Supervisors of Louisiana State University and Agricultural and Mechanical College on behalf of Louisiana State University Health Sciences Center in the amount of $68,875 to provide professional learning services for specialized supports and services for students with disabilities. Strategic alignment, employee development, funding source, redesign, IDEA 611. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Ballou and seconded by Mr. Lewis. Comments from the board? All right, seeing none, we will now turn to comments from the public, and this is on item I-9. Seeing no comments from the public, we will now return to comments from the board. Mr. Martin.
As usual, I just want to note for the record that I'm recusing myself from any votes regarding LSU. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Martin. Seeing no further comment from the board, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Alphabet J, new business. Item 1, human resources policies. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following policies and policy revisions. Alphabet A, EEA, good food purchasing policy. Alphabet B, JGB, school wellness and initiative local school policy, LWP. Alphabet C, EBR School Immigration Policy, Strategic Alignment, Operational Excellence. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Russ. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Lewis. We will now have comments from the board. Okay, seeing none, we will now turn to comments from the public. Okay, Ms. Caitlin Scales.
Hi, everyone. My name is Caitlin Scales. I'm the Development Director at 3 O'Clock Project, and I was asked on behalf of some folks who were not able to be here today to read sections of their letters of support for the good food purchasing policy that's on the agenda item. So, on behalf of Mayor Broom, her letter of support states that since 2018, the Mayor's Healthy City Initiative's Go Get Healthy project has worked to make fresh food affordable and accessible to all members of our community. Go Get Healthy is a coalition of local organizations working together to that end. As a Go Get Healthy partner, 3 O'Clock Project's efforts are also supported by a large network of other organizations providing support and resources. It is my hope that our community can come together in this effort to support the health and well-being of our students and their families. Thank you for your consideration of this agenda item. Additionally, Chef Tracy, who works with the Mobile Kitchen and is also a partner through American Heart Association, had to leave early. And she wanted me to share that she grew up in Baton Rouge and is a graduate of East Baton Rouge Parish Schools. She is now a wellness chef and an advocate for nutrition security through the American Heart Association's partnership with the Mayor's Healthy City Initiative and the Go Get Healthy project. Go Get Healthy is a coalition of local organizations that are working together to make fresh food affordable and accessible and to co-create a thriving local food landscape. Together, through the support of good food purchasing policy, we can create sustainable change for the health of our children and our community for a lifetime. Thank you for your consideration of this agenda item. And since I have time, I'll read one more. There are several. This is from Dr. Katie Queen. She is with the American Board of Pediatrics and the American Board of Obesity Medicine. She works as a doctor in multiple regions across the state, and one of those regions is here in East Baton Rouge. She has stated that I'm a pediatric obesity specialist and medical director of the Our Lady of the Lake Children's Health, Weight, and Nutrition Center in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. We have a multidisciplinary team who cares for children and adolescents with obesity. Most of our children that I see have public Medicaid insurance and attend public schools in the EBR area. I hear firsthand of their challenges with access to healthy and affordable food at home. In addition, many children are reporting to me that they are not eating the school lunch and are turning to the vending machines for snacks. Addition of more fresh fruits and vegetables along with the complex carbohydrates and lean protein that is palatable and also supports the local economy is crucial. Adoption of a comprehensive wellness policy and a good food purchasing policy is an important step forward in supporting the health and wellness of the children in East Baton Rouge Parish, which I believe will also lead to improved health and well-being, less missed school days, and improved academic performance. Additionally, just want to shout out to our chefs and the work that CNP is already doing to improve the menus and the nutritional value of the food going to our kids. So, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment, we will now return to comments from the board. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote.
For the record, I'd like to recuse myself from this. While we are not named in this policy as 3 O'Clock Project, I would like to just play it safe.
Thank you.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Item J2, prorated transportation stipends. Consideration of a request for the approval of the transportation staff stipends to be prorated on a percentage basis depending on the employee's hire date. Strategic alignment, operational excellence, funding source, general fund. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Gode and seconded by Mr. Martin. We will now have comments from the board. Seeing none, we will now turn to comments from the public. Seeing no comments from the public, we will now turn to comments from the board. Let us entertain a vote.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Item J3, Cooperative Endeavor Agreement, Housing Authority of East Baton Rouge Parish. Consideration of a request for the approval of a cooperative endeavor agreement between the East Baton Rouge Parish School System and the Housing Authority of the East Baton Rouge Parish for the use of a tract of property to support the Choice Neighborhood Initiative. Such endeavor to include provisions by the Housing Authority for after-school enrichment and tutoring services, job training and employment opportunities, physical and mental health services, and conflict resolution for the benefit of residents of the Ardenwood Village community, and construction of roads and sidewalks, improvements that will provide safe access for students and faculty attending Melrose Elementary School and Capitol Middle School. Is there a motion?
I'd like to move the item with the addition that the superintendent shall have the authority to adjust the property description as ultimately recommended by council for the board.
Okay.
And I make that simply because there's some concern by some members of the public with whether property description is exactly accurate or not, and we just need a little time to fix that, but the rest of the item is good.
Okay, so, Mr.
You
Martin,
want to read the right language?
please and thank you.
You want me to read the item before we get a second?
Yes, yes,
So
please.
the motion is Motion is to approve the item, but give the superintendent and staff the authority to amend the language of the title description if needed.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second? Okay, Mr. Russ, thank you so much. So it has been moved by Mr. Martin and seconded by Mr. Russ that, restate what you just said?
Give the superintendent and staff the authority to amend the title description if needed.
Thank you. All right, so we will now hear from members of the board. Mr. Martin.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lewis.
This has been on the books for a while. So what's wrong with the descriptions of the property? We've had what, a year, 2 years?
So
and now we just want to change the description of the property?
So, Mr. Lewis, Board Member Lewis, we had a member of the public point out what he thinks is a concern with the description. We're not certain if that actually is a concern, but to be on the safe side, Mr. Martin and I spoke, and so the motion will give superintendent, myself, and staff the authority to review the description with title counsel to make sure that there's not a concern.
When was this objection made?
Well, the notification, I believe, was made tonight prior to the meeting.
I just got the email today. I don't know, Dr. Finney had expressed some concern last time. I don't know if it's the same concern or not.
So we will review the title. We have title counsel who's looked at this already. So we'll review the title to make sure there are no errors in it, and we will amend if needed to make sure it's correct.
Will this be done when? Tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll get it to them as soon as early in the morning, and then we'll let them look at it. And I can also come back to the board if there is an issue and let you know what the amended or what the correction actually would be, if needed. If needed. We're not certain it's needed, but we just want to do this as, I guess, as an extra measure of caution.
Because, and I understand, but the housing, they sit here for 4 or 5 hours. The last board meeting got kicked off the agenda, got moved. They're back again tonight. Now, I know we're going to approve the item, but, for this citizen to, the last minute. He's had 3 weeks.
So I can assure you that if the board approves the item, we'll make sure that if there's any edit needed, we'll make that ASAP and get the document executed. And if not, we'll execute the document as soon as possible.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gaudet.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Shamlin, in the cooperative endeavor agreement, on page 3, if you have it in front of you, sir, section 2.2, donation. And I apologize, I did not get to read this until today, so.
It's okay. Page, I'm sorry, Mr.
Page
Gaudet.
3,
Okay.
section 2.2, Article 2, section 2.2,
Okay.
donation. Okay, in there, there's a sentence that says, in the event HAEBR does not construct housing and/or related improvements for the CIN project in the area in the donated tract, this donation shall be rendered automatically null and void and rescind without further action by either party necessary, or ownership of the property shall revert to EBR SS. And that's a very important clause in here for me. My concern is there's a 0 time frame on that because they could have it for 50 years and never do anything with it. Is there a way we could put within 10 years or within 15 years or some kind of timing so that if their plans fall through or for whatever happens and they're not sitting there on it, that it reverts back to us? And I'm not trying to put any pressure on them or whatever. I'm just trying to get something on the legality of the thing. So I would be, because this is kind of in perpetuity, as long as you just sit on it, it's theirs. As opposed to, put 20 years on there if you want. I don't care what it is, but I just think that's too open-ended, that we ought to have within an X number of years. And I don't know what that X number of years is, what's the correct number of years that's between you and the housing authority to work out or something like that. I'm just a little bit uncomfortable with having something that's in perpetuity that they could hold on to and not ever do anything with. Is that a valid concern?
It's certainly, and can be done so at the leisure of the board, right? And so Mr. Martin made that motion. If he'd like to make the motion with that additional condition, that we put a 10 or 15 or 20-year limit on the donation portion, we can certainly do that.
I'm not trying to hold anybody's hands, but I'd be happy with a 20-year limit on that. So after 20 years, if they haven't done anything, it comes back to us.
So I have not vetted that with the housing authority.
Okay.
I don't know if there would be any objection or concern.
I have the housing authority here, perhaps we could invite him to speak to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, please state your name for the record.
And I'm not trying to throw a roadblock in it.
No, that is a very good question. Jay Daniels, I'm the CEO of the East Baton Rouge Parish Housing Authority, and you're absolutely correct. So we'll be open to that time limit because you're correct. You don't want to transfer this property and another entity just land bank the property. You want to put it back in productive use. So we're very open to the 20-year term. We can include that language. We're okay with that.
I don't care what it is. I just think there ought to be some.
We're good with 20 years. I'm sorry. No, you good.
Thank you. I'm nervous about these things. I would accept that as a friendly amendment to ask that the document be further edited to impose a 20-year action requirement on the housing authority.
We just need to make sure that Mr. Rust, who made the second, is in agreement. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the consideration of that. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Martin, are you still in the queue? Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. Seeing that there are no further board comments, we will now turn to comments from the public. There are two individuals who do not wish to speak but have given some statements that I will share. This comes from Ms. Shonda, I think this is Shonda Walker. And Ms. Shonda Walker says that she is representing the Melrose Place subdivision. She says that we are asking that you please halt plans until all parties understand how this development will change the dynamic of not only the surrounding neighborhoods, but the school also. This donation will determine if neighbors such as myself will remain a resident of Melrose Place and an active citizen within EBR Parish. Ms. Janelle Brown, 4730 North Boulevard, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 70807. She is representing Partners Southeast, and she says quality, affordable housing is much needed in the area. Partners Southeast is in full support of the CEA. All right, we will now turn to comments from the public for those who desire to speak. First, we have Ms. Evelyn Ware Jackson.
Thank you, Board. Dr. Narcisse. I stand in support of this CEA, especially with the amendments that you're going to make. I've worked for a long time with this group for the Choice Neighborhood Initiative, and I know that there's been a lot of changes along the path, and I want to thank Mr. Daniels for meeting with the president of Melrose Civic Association along with our board member for District 5 so that they could express their concerns, and for agreeing to have a meeting, public town hall meeting type in the neighborhood so that the residents there can understand the plan fully and express any concerns or have any issues addressed. I'd appreciate the board continuing with the integrity of the security that's in place with the fences at the back gate. I know that's one of the concerns of Melrose residents and, for Melrose Elementary and for the neighborhood. And I would also ask that the board consider this bad word I said for so long on the board about attendance lines, because I'm not even sure if those children will be going to Melrose Elementary. I know we addressed the middle school at one point so that children are going to be able to go to Capitol Middle School, but I'm not really sure about Melrose. And it's very important because we've worked on this, looking at education as this is like an educational spine, that we're doing, and we want to be able to bridge that gap. So I thank you for considering this, and especially Mr. Daniels for being willing to meet with our residents and, get everything together. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. West.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the board, the public, and our fellow Melrose residents. So let's talk about this cooperative endeavor agreement. We don't think that it's cooperative enough. It leaves Melrose Elementary and Melrose Place, the neighboring 75-year-old community, open to security vulnerabilities. Here's why. The new C&I development is fundamentally driven to access by access to resources based off of geographical proximity. One of those resources is Melrose Elementary. Currently, however, Melrose Elementary is gated and locked down from the back with only bus access allowed. The question becomes then, how will students walking from the development get into the school? The most likely and reckless answer will be to simply punch pedestrian access into it. This may serve students, but will also increase opportunity for criminal mischief and add an unintended ingress route into Melrose Place. This problem will only be compounded with the high concentration of housing along Paulson Street that this land agreement will bring. The lack of specificity in the CEA or in any planning documents at this point about how this interface will be implemented to assure the safety of our school and its neighboring community is very troubling. This cannot be waved away as a detail to be dealt with in an ad hoc way once the development is finished. To be fair, I personally believe in the vision of Jay Daniels, the motivating factors behind this development, the leadership of Coach Lewis, and the goodwill of our future neighbors, and they will be there. But I fiercely support the voices of our neighborhood and believe strongly in a security-first approach. And what we see now is a rob Peter to pay Paul situation, access versus security, the promise of a new development versus the strengthening of an old one. If Melrose Place is going to be cast as an anchoring force for this new development, we need to be brought into the conversation early and often. We need to see willingness from both parties to do the hard work of preserving the character of the Baton Rouge asset, Melrose Place, that already exists. Support for this endeavor from Melrose Place residents can only come when we're included in that conversation, and thankfully that conversation was kicked off yesterday. But in conclusion, there is a blind spot in the current agreement that does not indicate full cooperation between parties in the aspect of security. And until it is addressed, Melrose Place Civic Association stands in opposition to this agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Daniels, do you desire to return? Okay.
Madam President, board members, Jay Daniels, East Baton Rouge Parish Housing Authority. Thank you for those comments, David. And I had a pleasure meeting with you earlier this week. There's a little bit of history behind this. One, I want to thank the board for the partnership recently during COVID. The East Baton Rouge Parish Housing Authority partnered with the EBR schools to distribute technological devices to our students. We use our communities as distribution hubs for our kids. Again, that's a commitment to partnership that we continue to engage in with our partners, always keeping the kids first when we're making our decisions. Also, when we endeavored upon the CNI grant that started back in 2019, education was the key factor and core of our application. Melrose Elementary, Capitol Middle School, BRCC, Matt McKay Automotive Center. These educational assets, we want to connect them to make sure that our families have a sustainable opportunity for growth and the ability to thrive within the community. This started back in 2013. We talked about community engagement. This was deep. It has been a 10-year process, and now we're at the point of execution. This planning grant, we received $500,000 from HUD back in 2013, where the community came together, Melrose Place Civic Association, LSU, Southern University, and all of other community and civic stakeholders, as well as our philanthropic communities, came together and outlined a vision for this transformation in this community. In 2018, we followed up on that plan, and we submitted a successful application to HUD, and we secured $30 million. That $30 million will be leveraged to $300 million in public and private sector investment in this direct neighborhood. That is substantial. That is game-changing. And the reason why we're successful, because we were able to prove the partnership between EBR schools and the educational outcomes of our kids in that neighborhood. We had that ability. And so we moved forward based upon resiliency, innovation, placemaking. This 2-acre tract really allows us to really represent opportunity for EBR schools and its partners to fulfill its commitment to equity and access for our children. The access to quality education is our primary goal at the Housing Authority, and there's numerous community and civic partners. Now, if I could speak to West's concerns and the Civic Association, Melrose Place is a beautiful community, but it's not the only community in Baton Rouge. We are a collection of communities. We're integrated communities, and having a fence that may or may not be open is not going to solve any crime problems. It just may push it somewhere else. I do not subscribe to the tenet that just because someone may be a bus driver or a policeman or a nurse is somehow second-class citizens because they may not own the place in which they live. They may not be a homeowner because they choose not to be a homeowner, because they want to move somewhere else. We can't sit up there and subscribe to a second-class citizen because all of a sudden that's not the way that they want to live, or there could be traffic. You heard the key words, and I've been in this business for a long time now, and you usually hear code words like safety, access, like somehow that the people somehow just want to become a marauding horde in a neighborhood and destroy the context of a neighborhood. That's not what we're about. We're about improving the lives of our families, and that's what we're committed to. As David said, we will commit to work with the neighborhood as we have over the past 10 years. Because this is a community effort. This is not a housing authority by itself. This is not the EBR schools by itself. This is not the Melrose Place Civic Association by itself. This is a community-driven solution, a community effort. And we're going to have community positive outcomes once we complete this redevelopment. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment, we will now return to comments from the board. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Ms. Powell Lewis. This is a project that's near and dear to my heart. I mean, I back out of my driveway, take a left, drive to the end of the street, I'm in the Melrose Elementary parking lot. We've had these similar conversations before around the neighborhood. On the east end, some affordable housing was constructed a few years ago. Some of the same fears and code words, some of those same things were tossed around. That project's worked out just fine. Matter of fact, the developer has donated some space to the neighborhood. I think one of the biggest concerns is driving traffic. People are afraid that roads will be cut through the neighborhood. That's not going to happen. You want to see me change my mind and my tone real quick? Bring some bulldozers in my neighborhood and start talking about cutting some streets through there? That's not going to happen. That's one of the oldest neighborhoods in this city. We're not going to let it get destroyed like that. But we can work with affordable housing. We can provide a safe space so our residents are safe. We're a crime prevention district. All those things have been addressed some years ago. We've got to learn to live in community. This project will do wonders for that part of the city. You're going to get rid of some blighted land, some lands that's just sitting there. It's going to be a beautiful project, and it's and my neighbor, Miss Jackson, was at the forefront of this when it started. We've got to create spaces, and I'll just pivot to something Miss Jackson said earlier about the lines with the schools. Those lines are going to get redrawn. Those kids are going to that school. We talk about community schools. We're talking about wraparound services, all those things that we say our babies need is going to be made available through this project. We're not going to destroy the beauty of that neighborhood. I lived across the street from that neighborhood in an apartment for 2 years and never knew the neighborhood was back there. Never knew I lived across the street from one of the oldest neighborhoods in the city. That's how quiet and pleasant it is. That's how we want it to stay. But at the same time, we're going to do things that are going to provide access for other people to enjoy this part of the city. Capitol Middle, when they rebuilt Capitol Middle, Ms. Jackson, they took an eraser and drew Capitol Middle into that district. because when their new Capital Middle was not even in that district. They drew it in there. The kids that live in our community get bused to Westdale. I had a parent tell me a few years ago that if Melrose Elementary was a high-performing school, she could walk her child to school in 5 minutes instead of driving 25 minutes across town twice a day. It's going to be good for everybody. We just got to learn to overcome our own fears and trust each other and trust that the housing authorities are going to do what they say they're going to do. The people at Melrose are going to do what they say they were going to do. And we're going to enjoy a better quality of life north of Florida Boulevard. Thank you. I had 32 seconds, Carl.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 4, litigation. Consideration of a request for the approval of the recommendation from Gwen Shamlin, General Counsel, EBR PSB, in the matter of Chastity L. Patan, individually and on behalf of minors, names redacted, versus Henry Wallace and the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, suit number 665549, section 24, 19th JDC, EBR Parish, and to provide for related matters. Is there a motion? Okay. It has been moved by Mr. Russ and seconded by Mr. Martin. Comments from the board? Seeing none. Are there any comments from the public? Seeing none, returning to comments from the board. Okay, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 5, litigation. Discussion of information related to the matter of Singleton, Keys, Nyman, and Finney versus East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, suit number C719057, Division 30, 19th Judicial District Court, and to provide for related matters. Is there a motion?
So this is a matter.
Mr. Shamlin, go ahead.
I apologize, Vice President. This matter requires us to go into executive session. There's not a vote on an actual action. There's not an action taken by the board other than to go into executive session and receive an update. So there'll be no action taken by the board further on this item. And that vote requires a 2/3 approval of the board. So that's 6 votes.
Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Martin and seconded by Mr. Gode that we go into executive session. Okay, and so the next step, do we,
Public comment, board comment, public comment, back to the board.
okay, all right. So are there any comments from the board?
And this is regarding going into executive session.
Going into executive session, so not the item that's on the agenda, but specifically about us going into executive session. All right, seeing no comments from the board, we will now turn to comments from the public. Mr. Floyd? And this is specifically about us going into executive session for this item.
And I want to pass this out before I speak. Good evening. I'm Cedric Floyd, Post Office Box 141, Kenner, Louisiana. With 43 years of doing redistricting in the state, my company is the most experienced and successful redistricting company in the state. During this 2020 census, we worked for 40 different city, parish, and governmental entities. We did Livingston Parish, St. Helena Parish, Caddo Parish, just some. During your redistricting process, this board generated 19 redistricting plans. 7 plans were created by your demographer. Adeline Singleton and others filed a lawsuit in state court challenging the process. And during that time, it was stated by your demographer that no plan could be created without splitting precincts. And during the redistricting process, former school board members Evelyn Ware Jackson, and Ms. Collins asked that I create a plan, a 9 single-member district plan that didn't split precincts and adhere to the Voting Rights Act. In your packet is the plan. So in fact, that it was stated during the redistricting process, no plan can be created without splitting precincts. So the plan is there, and I leave to Mr. Shanlon 2 maps. At the meeting on September the 8th, just so happened I'm doing work in Port Allen, and the Port Allen City Attorney is your counsel, and I gave him a copy of the plan. So I have the maps to show that this lawsuit could be resolved if, in fact, that the Ware Collins plans with 9 single-member districts, no split precincts, and also all the plans that you created violated Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act because you diluted black voting strength. In this plan, you have 5 black majority districts reflective of East Baton Rouge school board population and students and 4 white majorities. So wanted to put that on the record that in fact that the Court of Appeals, and that's what was stated in the Court of Appeals, that you could not create a 9-member single-member district plan without splitting precincts. And before you is the Ware Collins plan. It was created back in 2022 that doesn't split precincts and it adheres to the Voting Rights Act. And that's it. Thank you very much, okay? And I'll give Mr. Shanlon 2 copies, and I gave your special counsel a copy of the map on September the 8th. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jackson.
Thank you all. And I'm sure you've had enough time to take a look at that letter. It was you have a couple of good options there, and so I urge you to accept the settlement as you go into executive session. And as you've heard, a 9-member plan can be drawn without breaking the law or violating Voting Rights Act. By ignoring the census data. It can be done quickly and fairly, and I know the last demographer that worked with the district said that it couldn't be done. He testified in court that he was not able to do it, but we know that it can be done, and it has been done. So I ask you, as you go into executive session and look at all of the information, that you please don't waste our taxpayers' time and money by repeating the same criminal acts that the board has done twice in the past, and that you throw out that plan that was done and passed by a 5-4 vote last time, and just consider doing the right thing. For goodness sake, we don't want to go through the same stuff we went through before. And, we're spending a lot of money on lawyers, and it's unnecessary. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I believe we're now in order to exit for the executive session, or do we
Back to the
continue?
board for
Board
comments.
comment. All right, thank you. Okay, seeing none.
You may conduct the vote.
Okay, now we can entertain a vote.
Please
Y'all, it's
vote.
getting late.
Yeah, right. Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, so we will now enter into executive session. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, so we have completed our executive session. Thank you so much for those who patiently waited for us. We'll now move to item 6, resolution, consideration of a request for the approval of an amended resolution regarding the retention of Phelps Dunbar LLP as special counsel for the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and related matters. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Martin and seconded by Mr. Lewis. Comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, we will now turn to comments from the public. Seeing none, we return to comments from the board. Okay, let us entertain a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. So what now? That's up to y'all. Okay, announcements, announcements of meetings. Mr. Ballou.
Thank you. There will be an oversight committee meeting to be held on October 2nd, 2023 at 4 p.m. at the central office. Some or all board members may attend. A committee of the whole will be held on October 5th, 2023 at 5 p.m. in the central office boardroom. And the regular meeting will be held on October 19th, 2023 at 5 p.m. in the central office boardroom.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion, we adjourn.
Have a good night, everybody.